Yeah. If I don't do this, I do. Come on, Granddad. We're pumping.
Morena. Good morning, everybody. So this is reconvening the council meeting of Monday, the 12th of February. And I think we'll ask Tamati if he would open with a karakia for us, please.
Kia mai tātou, e tō mātou matu mea te rangi kia tapua no tō inga. Nei rā mātou ho pona mai korosi tuaka nei nui tuaroro I tēnei ata, I roto I tēnei huihuinga, I raro I te maru o tō mātou kaunihera matua o tauranga mōna. Nei nā, tukuna mai tō wairua tapu ki runga I a mātou katoa, kia tau ki runga I te kaupapa e whai ake nei, kia kimihia te huarahi pai mō tātou katoa. Hei oranga mō tauranga mōna, mō ngā hunga katoa e noho nei ngā mātā waka hoki me o tātou tamaniki mokopuna. Nei rā te inua ki a koe te atua. Tuku whakamoimiti ana mātou ki a koe ma o mana ki tanga kuhia mai ki rungi a mātou. Nei rā tā mātou inua I runga I te matua te tama me te wairua tapu, ake, āmine. Tūtiri whakamaua ki a tīna. Tīna. Haumi e hui e, tai ki e.
Thank you very much. So we began on Monday morning with a council meeting, continued through Monday afternoon with hearings on the 2024 to 2034 long-term plan. We met again yesterday over at the Mount Sports Club from 1 o'clock until 7:30 last night, and we're here delighted to be back here at Huria Marae. And our first speaker this morning is Bari Makari.
Morena koutou, ngā mihi o te rā kia koutou, tēnā koutou, kia ora. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm here to represent the Pukehinahina Charitable Trust, which is an organisation that's been set up since 2014. Our main objective is the establishment of what we're calling Te Pūtake o Te Riri, or the New Zealand Wars Centre, which is to be established at Pukehinahina Gate Park. We're at the stage now of having lodged application for resource consents and now looking to push the project on. One of the items that we have been discussing with council staff is the establishment of a car park on the lower part of the reserve, immediately below where the building is envisaged as being placed. The staff have given us an indication that that's something that council would consider. However, they've also asked us to, in that respect, to provide a business plan. So we've got a few other things to proceed in parallel with that, and one of them is that in preparing the business plan, we would like to first complete a quantity surveying exercise, which will give us a better idea of the costs involved with the building in particular. And so while pushing that, we also need to make sure that with the with the parking space that I'm talking about, that we have that entered into the long-term plan so it can be taken into consideration at the appropriate time. So basically I'm here to ask if you could please do that. And we will proceed to work in parallel with council staff on the business plan and looking at some of the resource consent issues that have arisen, mainly to do with stormwater and traffic entry and egress to the site. But we're working through those at the moment. So basically that's what I'm asking. But while I have your attention, the other thing I'd like to mention, today being the anniversary of Cyclone Gabriel, and we're all aware of the impact that had on the East Coast. I've asked a number of times now with various councils whether they could look at making some of our marae, and this one being one of those, civil emergency centres. But in order to do that, they need some resilience aspects associated with that. So, for example, solar power would be good. that would give them an independent power source in the sense of an emergency. So I would just like to add that to my kōrero for this morning. I realise I've only got a short time, so I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Buddy. So, questions for Buddy? Any questions for Buddy? So, I understand that you're working alongside staff with the timeline for when this is. When do you think you'll be looking for funding for the building?
Oh, well, that's part of the
That's part of the business case.
quantity surveying exercise as well.
Right. Okay.
So I think the aspirational target is 55 million. So, yeah, talking loud and far.
Yeah. And the timing of that?
I would like to be underway with construction in 2026.
Okay. All right. I know that the staff are doing quite a lot of work with, and Huria was made itself available. So I know the staff have been doing quite a lot of work with Mahere on making sure they're well resourced for those emergency centres. So
Yes.
we'll pass that. Well, they're taking notes, so
Thank you.
that will be included. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Buddy. So next we have Tui Henry. Is that right? Ah, yes.
Morning, tātou i miru ki koutou katoa. I'm here on behalf of Tui Raeroa for TCC being given a permanent position as legal in Auckland. So, as your father, I've been given the privilege to speak to her report and on behalf of Ngāi Tukarangi Hapu. And now, before we start, i miru ki koutou ki haere maka tēnei whare tūnei tēnā koe. Nā hau kāinga me Ngāi Tamarawaho i miru ki koutou me te manaaki awhi o tēnei kaupapa. E nā kaunihira e me nā commissioner katoa i menu ki koutou ki haere mai ki te kōrero da kaupapa tēnei rā. E rāri, ko waia, ko tara te ko otaki, ko mau te maunga, ko taranga te moana, ki nai te rangi i nui nā iwi, ko taki tungu i nai mā tātou te waka, ko hangarau, nai tukarangi nā hapu, ko heini hinui ahau, kōrero tūrua. I'll be given the privilege here on behalf of Ngāi Tukarangi Hapu to present this report. The submission, I hope using that word submission, I'll use facts, statement of facts or statements. The word submission is very like submit, and I'm not submitting nothing. I'm just giving you facts. And I'd also like to make mention of our chair, Dr. Rere Ellis. Fortunately, there's the memorial of the Gabriel. We have a strong connection with Ngāti Parau and Kāna in regards of engagement with our own Hapu Dani. So unfortunately she can't make it, so apologies. So again, I'm aware that we have a certain time frame pertaining to this, our presentation, and as I said, by the time I've finished doing my PPR and who I am, will take half an hour anyway. So I'm assuming that you've read the submission and all that, so again, I wanted to say again, I'd rather hear talking to the issues, but said this quarter that could take at least half an hour by the time I finish with it. As I said, there's some relevant points in there, and I'm aware that we did have a representative on Monday with a bit of a kōrero, Lauren, in regard to some of the issues that came to our attention and trying to put this into the LTCP plan. For me, again, as I said, there were some issues pertaining that we do not support some of the stuff within this report, but it requires more finer details. You know, as I said, things do come out. It's the methodology and the working mechanism that never inform us how we get to that outcome. So again, as I said, and we just go straight to the points of what's been expressed into this report. I'm not aware of any of the audience out here, the wider audience have had opportunity to read these submissions, but again, as I said, as long as I've got the main people here. So again, without further ado, I just, again, the chair lady for Ngāi Tukarangi read up a quick revised summary in regard to the big long overspiel of this report, and again I'll just read that quick spiel out and go from any questions from there. Now, Ngāi Tukarangi Hapu, Rori is the Mount Maunganui Peninsula, Merapi, o Te Motai and Te Papa, o Tamatā. We come from Ngāi Tukarangi, and our marae include Raeroa and Hongahong Te Roa. I want to have first knowledge, as I said, Tui Te Wairua, again to be placed in Auckland in regard to the beautiful work she's done presenting, collating this report. Regarding the submission today, we have been fortunate as a hapu to have her expertise and time, but as you all will appreciate, there's an exception, not the norm, and like most hapu, we struggle to have resources to do the multiple roles required of our hapu. I've done a lot of work with my committee members and we're completely stretched. We need resourcing, and the sentiment from the submission indicates that. It also outlines our views of the four matters highlighted in the LTP consultation document, and we confirm that we do not support those mainly because we do not believe we have enough time to really thoroughly understand the implication as our views are formed on that. With the limited time I have, I want to focus on a couple of items within the submission. Hapu Management Plan. We support the request for resources to update the plan which was done over 10 years ago. We are happy to provide more details on that matter. This matter isn't new and has been communicated before. We want to ensure that the resources are available to get the work done. 2, funding. We have been encouraged to put a request in for resourcing, and we have done that. To progress beyond the submissions, we more than happy to be put a budget for it as intended to. 4, but as reiterated earlier, the expectations upon hapu to be actively involved in matters across council are enormous. We want the resources to ensure we can catch up on these huge expectations, but put to us by council processes. 3, unfortunately, our treaty settlement for Naitarangi have stalled. It has severely impacted on aspirations in Tauranga and Moana to move forward on this area. One of our aspirations is the Mawa Recreational Reserve to return to our hapu. This is not a new aspiration, has been circulated before. We wish to reiterate discussions on the matter in the future and look forward to those talks. We also understand that plans are underway to the commission of Tauranga Airport. We should be in those discussions with you. The airport is within the Naitukaranga domain, and our view and involvement on that matter is important. We look forward to that discussion. 4, we have continued to work more closely on matters at Te Papa as a hapu with whānau burden o tamataha in that area. It has been great to rekindle and enliven our honga to Te Papa. Our involvement in new courthouse, our involvement with new developments, our trust, finally occupying office space we have owned as a trust for over 30 years, and working closely on other matters with other hapu, including Mahere. It has been great, and we look forward for more of that in the future. Lastly, housing. Our hapu is dire need of more housing, and we look forward to working with the council on those opportunities. Kia ora tātou. Tēnā koe. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Hayden. Can I just clarify in that, what does Tui say about the airport?
Again, this is something that's required by the chairman of yesterday. The airport, what did I say? The airport is within the Naitukaranga domain, and our view and involvement of the matter is important. So, I mean, that's what my chairman has just summarised.
Yes, but was she suggesting we're doing something with the airport?
Yes, well, to come to my attention is that, to what I understand, it is in discussions at the moment, the airport. Oh, okay, so that's interesting from where the media comes from there.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
and I mean, I've seen that as well. And
I know there are some people who are talking about one airport instead of Raeroa or Whakatane,
correct,
but we aren't involved in that.
Okay, so again, that's just reiterating if there was a discussion and being
of
that,
course.
that airport is on Tukarangi Hapu Mana Whenua, that will have an engagement anyway, so that's a given for me.
Okay. Oh, well, you can relay to her that we're not in any discussions with anyone about that. Okay, any questions? Yes, Shad.
Good, hey, thank you for your submission, and I think, all the points in there, I think we can, as a commission, as the council, endeavour to work through those with you. I do have a question, and put my glasses back on. Number 9 talks about Te Tumu, and then the utilisation of Māori land. From what I understand, the owners, which is TK14 and the other non-Māori landowners, Karis, are working together. So are you saying that the way it's framed is that you oppose the utilisation of Māori land, But if they're involved in the development, what's Ngāi Karangi's view of that?
I think it's the precedent of how they've engaged with that development, that Timi development, and that's what I'm looking at in regards to the outcome, and it's still in development. You know, you still have those negotiations. For us, is making sure that as part of what's been the precedent be set by them, or that engagement doesn't have no impact on us as other, be it trust hapus. You know, we'd rather sit down and get the I's and T's dotted first and start doing that discussion, not putting the I's and T's while we're still developing it and we get it wrong.
Anything, Bill? No. Thank you very much. Yep. Okay, so Aaron, is it? Aaron Collier. Kia ora. Hi Vivian, how are you? Happy New Year, yes. Come on up. So Waitaha. Just when you're ready, yep.
Morena kia tātai, nā meno o te kaimigira. I noho mai nei I raro I te marumaru o tō tātai kai hana I tēnei wā. Mihi kawana kia koutou katoa. Glad to see you're still here, Anne. and to the rest of our members as well, Shan, included. So we're sitting here before you today on behalf of the Waitaha iwi, the Kapua Waitaha, Waitaha Asset Limited Partnership is a sub-entity under the Kapua Waitaha, the PSGE, which is the post-treaty settlement entity for the Waitaha tribe. So in 2013 we received some parcels of land, particularly in this case at Papamoa, located on Simpson Road, which was a part of our cultural redress. So that land has some cultural significance to us, and the responsibility of the Post-Treaty Settlement Trust, of course, is to ensure material well-being is realised for our people with what little we got back. So in this case, that parcel of land, we have seen a lot of development and plan changes over time, during which we spent numerous occasions meeting, having feasibility studies, all sorts of things, to determine a pathway for Waitaha that met Waitaha's needs economically, socially and culturally. And that is a serious responsibility. I think the negotiations are probably the easiest. Post-treaty settlement is a lot harder. And in that measure of hardness, we finally have landed on a proposal which sets to establish a, well, we think quite substantial, in our view, retirement village which provides housing for how many units? 142, I think it is, units on that land, of which at some stage that will be coming back to Waitaha. So it has the opportunity for Waitaha to participate in the development as well as an economic return important to our people. So consent has been provided through to the council, and one of the huge barriers after all this time, and we've seen development all around us, and we are the last of the block, I think, for quite a substantial parcel of land in Papamoa, is that the stormwater upgrade for the pump stations on Opal and Kirkpatrick have been pushed out by council from 2025. Originally, I understand, out to 2032. 2032. So that means the impact for Waitaha is pretty significant. Whilst you could determine building in stages, that's actually not that's not viable for this proposal in any way, shape or form, not economically. Prices go up the longer you wait, and the iwi has to wait longer to realise its return from that parcel of land. Our tono to the council today is to have some serious consideration toward bringing forward that upgrade so that we can start our development proposal for 2025. That is a must for us. This whole thing could go down the drain, to be honest, if that doesn't happen for Waitaha. In other words, there is a partnership that exists. This type of impediment to that partnership could mean that we would lose that. And I don't know how the iwi would wear that. We have worked on this for so hard and so long. And so that's our appeal to the council today.
So you just, because when we spoke before Christmas, you were still waiting on neighbours' consents to progress. So you've got all that in hand, and now there's another hurdle of the stormwater.
Well, that's still a hurdle to be faced. We are having a meeting with Ngā Pōtiki tomorrow. We have sort of understood what the issue was. It wasn't actually within Ngā Pōtiki. Well, it was an affiliate to Ngā Pōtiki.
Right.
So that's not necessarily Ngā Pōtiki Trust itself.
Right.
So we've still got to have a conversation. In the meantime, notification has gone out from council for response. So we are hopeful that we can work through that together, because they are also in the same boat.
Right. And have council talked to you, discussed any other ways of funding that upgrade in any way? Has anyone had any conversations with you about different funding mechanisms that we could use?
We had a conversation with Mahere. Mahere was he was open to the suggestion or notion that consideration could possibly be given, no guarantees, right, but possibly be given by council to bringing that forward. In terms of the upgrades, of course we have development costs that would contribute obviously toward that. Yeah.
And the difficulty, it's the common difficulty that councils, not just us, have, because you've got to pay that out first and then the development contributions come and pay it back. So you've got to borrow it and then it dribbles back in. So that's one of the things that all the councils are talking with the government about, is some other ways of funding that infrastructure development that then relates to those sections that are created and enables councils to find, to develop that infrastructure without having to put it on their balance sheet.
In due respect, the zoning where the land is located has been zoned for the past 20 years.
Yeah.
20 years.
If I can just add, I think it's probably been zoned for at least 30 years. In fact, I think it's probably Commissioner Wosley that was involved with the zoning of it originally. It goes back that far.
Yeah.
But also, which I think is quite relevant to your considerations, is the additional yield that you will also get from Ngā Pōtiki's land. Now, Ngā Pōtiki are not far behind Waitaha in terms of their planning processes. And so you do have a reasonable number of houses that we're talking about here that have been zoned for a long time and within the existing urban area.
Yeah, which we would dearly love to have developed.
Yes.
It's just when you're up against your debt levels,
taking
on that extra debt, and I think something like the lakes, 30 years they're paying back the development contributions.
And unfortunately we received a letter saying there were no issues from a wastewater perspective before we started the process.
Right.
And so we spent a lot of time and effort and money and got to this point, and then we've been told that there's obviously this capacity issue. Council staff have been rerunning models. So it's a very difficult situation, but I think I agree with Vivian that without the pump station the project simply wouldn't occur. The developers won't go ahead for the sake of 40 or 50 dwellings.
No, that's right. Okay, any further questions? No, perfectly understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just have one question.
Sure.
In your deliberations, how long does this take?
So we've got the hearings now, then we go into, we were just talking about this morning, I don't know about my colleagues, but I've got about 4 pages of questions that have come out of the hearings to date. So we'll go through a process, and the staff have all been taking notes on the submission. So we go through a process then of putting all that together, having a look at it. Staff will go away, they've still got to balance the budget. And I think we're proposing deliberations, I'm looking for March, beginning of March, early March, we'll make the final deliberations.
Sorry, it's a little bit outside the ordinary, but would there be any opportunity, because I know you've obviously got to go through a final report writing kind of process and that all takes time, but would there be any opportunity to get if you like, a heads up on any decision? The reason being that if there is no solution, then we might have to abandon the project, and we probably want to abandon it sooner rather than later, that's all.
No, well, we're certainly going into discussions with staff.
Okay.
And part of those discussions is, because if we make any decisions, and we've had, lots of people come who don't want to pay, who might want extra, so you balance all that out.
Yeah.
But what we'll do is, if it looks like we're not going to be able to fit it in any earlier, or early enough that will make a difference to you, we'll certainly make sure that.
Thank you, that'd be really appreciated. Thank you.
Bill.
Quick question, with reference to the Ngāpuhi land, what's the yield from that potential?
I would imagine, and all up between the two, it's probably around something like 300 dwelling units.
That's exactly right.
I think the Ngāpuhi land's probably got a little bit more, perhaps a little bit more residential.
Very intense.
Yeah, and theirs is a little bit more intense. I've seen development plans for it, but they haven't lodged for resource consent. They do have all their regional consents in place, however, and the Heritage New Zealand authorities are in place for the entire area.
Okay. All right, thanks very much.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks very much.
Thank you. Nice to see you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're not going to take a break, but Mary Dillon, who's here, can we bring you up? Mary, make your submission. You were 11:55, and then you can relax a bit. 900. She was 11:55. So you've got 5 minutes, and I'll give you a warning when you've got a minute to go.
I bargained that I might have a little bit longer because you had a gap.
Well, we'll see how you go.
Just before I sit down, I'd like to acknowledge this Mahere building, this wharenui and all its ancestors, and particularly, I particularly remember Morehu Ngā Taukau and Piri Kohu. Morehu was my very great friend and mentor. His granddaughter was on our Environment board, so there's a particular connection there, and of course Piri for all the work that he did, particularly most recently for Tauranga. On, is it?
Down is on.
Why won't it stay on?
Oh, push it up and it stays on.
On momentary, okay.
That's it.
Just need to read the small print. My submission is not very long today because I've pretty much said in my written submission to you the comments that I thought were relevant to the 10-year plan. As you know, I follow council quite enthusiastically, so I have a good general working knowledge of where you're up to and what you're doing and what the state of discussions are. So I've made some comments on the community stadium, and I don't think you've been unaware of my views on that for quite some time, but I do want to actually add on to that my deep concern about Memorial Park being excluded from the 10-year plan. I think that project is a lot cheaper option It will bring many more people into the city than the stadium will, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and I really, really do get concerned about the limiting of green space in the urban area if we wish to intensify that area. So that's all I've got to say on it. So I'd like to see Memorial Park brought back into this 10-year plan, and I don't really care whether it's in year 7 or 8, but it needs to be there. We've been working on that since 2004, and we still haven't got there. So I think it's a really important thing to bring on. And as I say, it's a walking and cycling thing, and it brings people into the city, which is what we want. The second thing that I would like to talk to you about is variable road pricing, and I'm one of the supporters of that, because I think everywhere in the world where it's been introduced in any significant way, it's actually been very effective. And the only thing that I'll say about that, I hope the legislation that the Crown passes is not just focused in Auckland, it's focused for the whole of New Zealand, so that other councils can make choices about this. I know that there's a way of implementing it in Tauranga. You've already got a proof of concept process which can be built on to do that, but I also think it's very important to remember that there's an equity issue the moment you start doing that. Many people who are have very tight purse strings, have more than one job they have to get to, and you've also got many people working in the support and charitable sector who actually travel around a lot in their own cars doing the work that they need to do. So I think there's something there that really needs to be thought about. In my opinion, if, for instance, that could be linked somehow to a community services card, that would make a big difference to how you can actually handle that with some degree of equity. Like all of these things, they always affect the people who are least able to handle them, who are probably not your biggest polluters because they use far less resources. So there's those two things, and then I just want to talk to you about some of the changes which we haven't put in our submission, of course, because they weren't known about, and that is that the council's about to sail into some particularly difficult waters, particularly in the very near future over the next 2 or 3 years with the changes in the Three Waters legislation and how that might be coped with. And I think we have to wait and see what that is. But whatever it is, we need to be very sure as councils and communities that what is set up will not enable privatisation, particularly of fresh water resources. If there's one thing you never privatise, it's water. So I think that there's big issues there. And the second thing I want to comment on is there's also going to be a lot of pressure with issues to do with tangata whenua, the way we've handled things like co-governance and involving the Māori community in shaping the future of the city. And there's some really cool examples of that have developed, particularly in the time that you've been here, and that includes the new council building. But I think it's really important that we go back to those documents that you have created, that you consulted on with the community at some length, like Tauranga Taurukura and the strategy, and you make sure that those things are funded through their funding plans and that they continue to be delivered. That stuff is not dependent on the Crown or on central government. It is dependent on the attitude of this council and the people who will actually follow you, when you do it. And the last thing I want to say to you is thank you for the time that you've actually spent doing the job that you've done. I think that you've made huge progress in a very difficult environment, and this citizen says to you, thank you very much, and I will certainly miss having you around. That does not mean I'm not looking forward to another council. I am, but I think we should be very proud of what you've actually helped move Tauranga along in the last 2 or 3 years. So thank you, that's all I've got to say.
Thank you very much, Mary. Timed to perfection. Just the one thing, I think with Three Waters, I think you're right. It's not going to be easy, but the good thing is, I think, for all the machinations over the last couple of years, the clear message from ratepayers has been we've paid for those assets over a long period of time, and so we want that recognised and that ownership recognised, that investment recognised. And it was good to hear the Prime Minister and the Minister, the local government, repeating that whatever comes from Water's Done Better or whatever they're calling it, that's maintained. Yep. So with that at its core, I think that was really one of the major concerns that this community expressed and we expressed to the government on their behalf. So we're very mindful of that. Memorial Park's a bit easier. We are going ahead, I think in the budget we have money to do the nodes at the end of some streets, but it's probably a court case is going to dictate whether we can connect those up.
I'm sure you'll find that successful. I've done riparian rights before.
Thanks very much. Any other questions for Mary? Can the staff just note, I've made a note of that memorial in the Spring Street car park, because I don't think when we had a visit, I don't think that was brought to our attention. No.
I couldn't work out whether you were intending to sell the parking building or the parking building in the land, because the memorial is clearly on the land.
On the land?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
okay.
definitely there, because we had a council meeting about it.
Right, okay. Well, we'll certainly hunt that down.
Okay.
And we'll make a note of the maple tree in the warehouse.
No, not the warehouse, down at Memorial Park.
No, yes, but the maple tree on the warehouse site.
No, it's a
Oh,
Memorial
it's in
Park.
Memorial Park.
Yes, and the
Oh,
parking,
right,
the
okay.
concept plan showed that bit of land disappearing. That's why
Okay.
I raised it.
Okay, so Barbara, if you can just make a note, there's an exceptionally special maple tree. I'm sure Warren will be aware of it.
Yep.
We've either got
I
to
visit
move
it every
it,
year.
or we've got to make sure we don't cut it down. Thanks, Mary. Okay, Rebecca Ryder. From the Tauranga Moana Outrigger Canoe Club. Welcome.
Thank you.
So 5 minutes, and I'll give you a warning when you've got 1 minute to go.
Okay. Kia ora tātou katoa, ngā mihi nui ki a tātou ko Delwyn Hahunga toko ingoa. Not Rebecca Ryder, I'm filling in for Rebecca Ryder today. Ko Taranaki toko maunga, ko Urinui te awa, ko Ngāti Mutunga te iwi, and as I said, ko Delwyn Hahunga toko ingoa. So forgive me filling in a late notice.
All right.
Rebecca couldn't make it today, so thank you very much for giving us the opportunity. A little bit of background for you. TMOC, I'll shorten it, Tauranga Moana Outrigger Canoe Club to TMOC for time. We are based at 85 Cross Road, and that is across the road from the jetties where all of the boats go in. We have 128 members, and of our 128 members, a lot of those people pay off their memberships rather than pay it straight away because of their circumstances. Tauranga Moana this is our 40th Jubilee this year. We've been a very long-standing club in the area. 20 years we've been based beside Waikerio. With the Nautilus construction, we were moved. It was a Tauranga City Council decision to move us across the road, which has created various safety issues, etc., but we still have access via the boat ramp. A little bit of irony there, we weren't able to build on the Marine Reserve, unlike another commercial organisation that's about to be built on the area there. Our waka are 120 kilograms, and we trolley them across to go into the boat ramp. And the Dragon Boat people next to us, their vessels are 300 kilograms. I'm here today for 2 points with regards to the ramp charging and also to do with the proposed land increase charges for people. Tauranga Moana use the boat ramp daily on a multiple times during the day, and any boat ramp charges are just going to be untenable for us completely with our membership and with their circumstances. It's also inequitable compared with the likes of rowing and our sister club, Puiaraha, over in Pilot Bay. There's no charges for them to actually get their waka down to the water. We've also, like many other organisations, experienced very high insurance rates rises, so we're having to sort of cope with that as well. So that's all I'm going to say on the boat ramp access, except that it would be great to have a different type of design or additional safety features to help us cross that, what's become a very busy road, to cross the road to get across to the GT. On the land issue, we're on commercially zoned land, and again that was a Tauranga City Council decision, not our own. We own the building. The building has been designed so it can be shifted. Obviously that would be a huge expense to do so, but we looked to the future possibilities in doing that. Our current land lease is $2,000, and the proposed land lease with the new proposal is $6,000. So, that's going to require us passing on a 30% membership increase to our members, which, as I've already mentioned, a lot of our members have to pay their membership off. They can't just fork it out of their kete to do that. We do pay water rates. We also really maintain the land that we're on very well, including the berm. It's always really well kept, so council hasn't had to actually do anything on that site at all. So in closing, our proposal is the Wakarama and Dragon Boat access remains unimpeded with no access charges for launching waka, any type of waka. We propose that the land increase, because we understand, costs do go up, the council is going to have to increase in some way, is that the land increase to $4.05 per square metre plus GST to better reflect the community wellbeing, diversity and choice and recreation value that we actually provide for people. So so that we can stay getting out and paddling and providing a good service for a lot of people who don't necessarily have any other access to the water. So, ngā mihi nui kia tātou. Thank you again for this opportunity, and it's just so wonderful to be here in this beautiful marae, so thank you.
Thanks very much,
Delwyn.
Have you been in discussions with staff over the actual?
We have.
The master plan.
Yes.
Is that helping you at all?
Yeah, I think it's probably helping council more in having a better understanding of the nuances of where we're at and what we need.
Because it would be much better if your building was closer. You didn't have to haul that heavy waka to and fro across the road.
Yeah.
Are they finding anywhere, or is it?
We haven't. That hasn't been given to us as an option. One of the passing thoughts that has gone is further up in that marine reserve. There is sort of a slight beachy area that could be adapted, putting us very close, but that's also going to take away from green space as well, which we are strongly opposed to any of that green space being messed with. Yeah. We're going to keep as much green space as we can in Tauranga Moana.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any other questions? No? Thank you very much.
Lovely. Thank you.
Matt from, haven't seen him, no? Barbara Cook. Hello, Barbara.
Got my timer here, so I'll make sure I don't go over. So, kia ora, thank you for hearing my submission today. I want to start by letting you know that I'm a specialist teacher in science, technology, engineering, arts, and maths. You might have heard of STEAM education. So I understand how important it is to invest generously in good quality infrastructure, technology, and also the arts. I'm not one of those people who just opposes all debt and spending. I've lived in some of the world's great cities, and I want Tauranga to be a beautiful and great city too. But I'm really concerned about our ratepayer debt because it's getting far too high. When I moved to Tauranga in 2006 and had my children here, I thought of it as our forever home. But now when I think about my retirement and my kids' futures, I know that I can't count on being in Tauranga because our rates are just increasing with breathtaking steepness. You need to cut back on some non-essential projects. I consider the stadium, the exhibition center, and the aquatic center to be in this category. And as we grow so quickly, essential infrastructure and services really need to come first. Also, as we grow, it's increasingly important to support localized facilities that directly serve our schools and neighborhoods, rather than grandiose, overpriced, centralized facilities that won't be as accessible to schools and families in the places that they live. I'm strongly opposed to the planned closure of Otamotai Pool. This wasn't even mentioned in the plan, and now we hear it's closing in just a few years because you're building a $123 million aquatic center at Memorial Park. Otamotai hardly has any council facilities apart from the pool, but this pool serves several large local schools and local communities from Matua to Bethlehem and beyond, helping people to learn how to swim and survive in the water. Waste management's another essential service that I want to address. We need another transfer station on this side of the city because Te Maunga is hopeless to get to, and people just need somewhere to dump hedge clippings and green waste. I also oppose the proposed big increases in council fees and charges. It already costs a lot for our kids to do sports at school, and for many families, the sports fees are already prohibitive. So increasing facility costs will surely make that worse. So let's incentivize healthy physical activity and recreation, not disincentivize them. I want to also address the Smart Trip road pricing proposal. During the COVID pandemic, New Zealand experienced the biggest transfer of wealth from the poor to the wealthy in our country's history. Let's not make the climate crisis another massive transfer of wealth from the poorest to the wealthiest. The road pricing proposal may have good intentions, but it will penalize low-income individuals and families who can't work from home or bike around the city to get to their workplace or medical appointments. It just adds insult to injury because, unlike Auckland, Wellington, and large overseas cities, Tauranga does not have a great public transport system. So before you consider road pricing, you need to invest in a rapid bus network that lets people get where they need to go quickly and affordably, whether that's from the Mount to the CBD or Papamoa to Bethlehem or Otamotai to Greerton or wherever. Finally, my overriding concern about Tauranga is the glibness and apathy with which we have accepted our prolonged loss of democracy. I've been paying attention to the massive changes, expenditure, and debt that's been implemented and planned during this time when we have no real power to influence decision-making, and it's just not right. So, given the changes that have taken place to this long-term plan since it was brought to the people of Tauranga for feedback, and given that councils have now been given until the end of September to submit their plan, I suggest that you don't sign off in April, but you rather enable an elected council to do this so that this long-term plan is more likely to reflect the needs and wants of the ordinary people in Tauranga, and that it's seen to reflect those needs and wants as well. Thank you for hearing my submission today.
Thank you very much. Any questions? No? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kia ora. Okay, did I see Matt Cowie? Oh, there we are. Sorry, I've got the light in my eye. I didn't see you. Right. Morena.
Morena. Great. Shall I start?
Yes, you've got 5 minutes. I'll let you know when you've got one left.
Great. The Chamber understands the predicament of local government across New Zealand and what other councils are proposing. So in that context, the Chamber's generally, and a lot of the businesses who we've been talking to, are generally supportive of this plan and the Commission completing the plan before the election. Our submission details into why. But as an observation, given the economic cycle and the lingering inflation, there is a risk that the hard harder the council pushes in this plan, the more the community may push back in the election. And of course, the commission was put in place to circuit break that deferral of elected council sort of deferring investment decisions. So some continuity would be good. Just about the commercial and industrial rate differentials, most people that we've spoken to, both businesses and industrial, they understand the logic, but they weren't aware of it until we told them. So if you are going to bring it on, maybe slow it down in more of a transitional capacity. And while we're talking about business rates, and a note to future council staff and elected members that we are reaching the tipping point of where commercial rates are being set, particularly comparatively across other councils. So it hasn't been a factor in terms of capital investments based on capital valuations in the past, but it is starting to come on their radar. So that was just a flag for very much future. This basically, as reinforced by KiwiBank this morning, that the demand for houses is being suppressed by the OCR. At the moment, it is artificially suppressed, meaning that there will likely be another property boom in the next 2 to 4 years as the OCR starts to become a bit more equilibrium and lowered. So look, we support the council using this quiet period, quiet for the sector, not quiet for you, to prioritise housing and transport infrastructure in preparation for that next cycle, to avoid a whole bunch of social issues that comes with housing unaffordability. And just a note, we note climate change is coming on the radar with a bunch of legislation coming from central government as well. The city's industrial areas are in low-level land. We do ask the council work with the chamber and our businesses to in any policy frameworks and engagements as that rolls out. About the smart trip, it's just people that we've spoken to, it's just too unpopular for us to support. The main concern of employers is the decisions that their employees will be making, as it is targeting that peak hour congestion. So while we don't support the smart trip, having said that, we have to be intellectually honest. For the number of councils, we have been asking for alternative funding mechanisms, and it's kind of likened to the water meters in the early 2000s. They were successful. So proceed to the next stage. It will be worthy of the discussion, and yeah, seek genuine support from the employers. A quick couple of comments on the CBD. Off-street car parks are really, really important. We don't really have an opinion on whether you sell the buildings, but it should be conditional on those public car parks remaining. Well done on creating that community liaison role, I think filled by Paul Mason. It's been very much appreciated by many businesses, and wish for those roles to continue. The stadium, it makes sense to complete further assessments as end of life of those current assets get close, but we're not supporting the capex being included in this long-term plan. In this long-term plan for a number of reasons. In terms of support for impacted businesses, you've got $4 billion of capex projects, whatever, over the next 10 years. That means a lot more construction-related disruptions. It's important for council to and its contractors to keep its promises with businesses, including access. That hasn't always been the case. It's also important council sets realistic timeframes for that disruption period. The strategies that a business needs to get through 6 months of disruptions is very different from 18 months of disruptions. I know things are out of your ballpark.
1 minute.
Yes, okay. But look, and you're not going to compensate all businesses, but as a low-cost mitigation option, there's an opportunity to work with the Chamber to provide a range of support, one-on-one initiatives. We've trialled it with the City Centre, but loading it in the front of the project would be better. And of course, please don't compete where a competitive supply market already exists. I note in your financial strategy you are insourcing maintenance contracts for parks and transport. Should be putting that resource into performance management if there's been an issue. And well done on Monday's meeting about your arterial, your comments about that. I think the tweaking while Rome was burning just kind of hit the nail on the head.
Thanks, Matt. Perfect time. One question I had for you, in your discussions around the industrial rate, you'll see, you'll know that in the long term we're proposing, rather than fiddling with differentials, that we go for a percentage. Did you get any feedback on that? Would they rather have a differential, or would they, as which you keep putting up, and or,
Yeah.
or are they more comfortable with that percentage?
I think the logic for the differential between industrial in terms of rather than averaging all businesses together in terms of Main Street from industrial, they understood that logic.
Right.
So you've got something there. It just needs a bit better engagement.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that. Any other questions for Matt? Yep. Bill.
Matt, just wanted to tease out a bit more. You made the comment in terms of assisting businesses during the period of disruption, and I didn't quite pick up what you said around that of doing having some focus at the front end. Can you just clarify that for me?
There's opportunities at the start of the project before the disruption occurs for business strategy around alternative revenue streams other than walk-ins, financial fundamentals, working with landlords to get collaborative solutions, as well as just digital marketing and better telling your story better. It's very relatively low cost to the cost of the project, and it may help the businesses be a bit more resilient in the future.
No, thank you.
Yeah, it's a good idea. All right, thanks very much. Mavis from SeniorNet. Mavis here? Yeah. Good morning.
My name is Diane.
Oh, right, okay. You were Mavis? Mavis and Diane. Come on, come and have a seat.
Right, I'm going to read mine.
Sure.
So, good morning. My name is Diane, and together with Mavis and John, we represent Tauranga SeniorNet, and we appreciate your time today to speak. The burden of our concern about the aspects of our city's 10-year plan, and that particularly impacts our club, are set out in our submission, so I will not repeat them. However, we would like to provide some context to the points that we made in it. The club established in 1996 to service this area as part of a nationwide SeniorNet Federation program to assist New Zealanders aged 50 and over to keep up with digital technology. Some years ago we thought this program would be no longer required in the 2020s. However, as the years have passed and the issue of digital illiteracy of the older persons in our community has been exacerbated by rapid commercial and business changes that have occurred. The vital need continues for our services, evidenced by a marked increase in enrolments over the last 18 months and into this year. We understand the frustrations of learning new skills involved with dealing with digital devices and the stresses involved for learners. Our approach is a practical one of group and individual sessions, time and patience to ensure the learners understand and practice at their own pace. For example, occasionally a learner arrives with their very first phone, still in the box, and doesn't know how to make it work. So with these sessions, after they attend a session with our smartphone course, they are comfortable with using most of its features. SeniorNet is a charity, and our tutors, coaches and committee are all volunteers. We come from many professions and with a wide range of skills and expertise. Our shared vision of helping members to learn the skills to gain the most from their devices, smartphones, tablets, iPads, computers and smart TVs. Digital access is now a necessity for many daily activities with banks, health professionals, insurance, government and local organisations. Rarely can a person phone and talk directly to someone about a problem. Making appointments is completed online, banks are closing branches, and are a few examples of the hurdles of the older persons have to cope with. The COVID lockdowns, of course, highlighted the importance of digital connectivity in maintaining communication with family, friends, neighbours, and access to essential services. Many senior citizens were totally unprepared and isolated. We have tailored our courses to meet the changing demands, including sessions on online banking, IRD assistance and awareness of scams. Until last year, our club's funds were adequate to cope with accounts that needed to be paid, office supplies bought, equipment repaired and upgraded when necessary. We make a modest charge for membership and course fees, and while we have increased these fees over the years, we realise for this demographic that funds are very limited. However, recent increases in the LTO and OPEX at the historic village and those proposed under the 10-year plan have greatly depleted our funds to the extent that our club will not be able to continue its activities beyond 2025, and the valuable services it provides will no longer be available in this area. Consequently, seniors will have few options to meet their information technology needs. For example, currently there's a service provided by Tauranga City Libraries. It's a short, free, weekly drop-in session. However, some mobility issues and parking are barriers for some folk, and the bus stop is too far from their home anyway. Paying for a technician to come to the house at an hourly rate. For many, the cost will be impossible to meet. Some do not have family or friends to ask them for help, and if they do, they often speak too quickly, or the learner doesn't understand and doesn't want to bother the person. Finally, we strongly endorse the submission made to you by the Turning Point Trust yesterday, number 1576, and in particular its submission that the ongoing management of the historic village be by the Council's Community Development Team with input from other various interested parties. We don't want to see Tauranga Senior Net close, but there is no way we can pay the LTO fee and other expenses at the levels set out in the 10-year plan. If you have any questions on the club submission, my colleagues and I will do our best to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? No, I was very proud of myself. I got a new TV at Christmas time and I managed to get it.
Pardon?
I managed to set it up myself and I felt very proud because everything now, as you say, is digital. Even if you buy a new piece of kitchen equipment, you have to go online to get the booklet to see how to use it. Yeah, so it's right through our lives.
Absolutely. We need. How many of us today do not have a mobile phone?
That's right.
For business, for work, for family.
Well, I've left my
breakdowns
home, so.
everywhere. You know, and if they don't know,
That's right.
they're in real trouble. All they want to do is to ring someone,
Yeah.
or their car breaks down,
That's
and
right.
they want, some help.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Logan from Property Council? We already had them. I thought we already had them. Liz Davies from Social Link. Here she is. Yeah. Some people have several goes. Hi.
Morena
No,
koutou.
not you, we're just saying Property Council came on Monday night. Okay. 5 minutes, yep.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to submit on the LTP. I'd just like to note first that we're focused our submission on the impact of the increased fees and charges on the community sector. So I've not raised in our submission the partnership agreement between TCC and Social Link. I understand that follows a different process. So we're very concerned about the impact of increased fees and charges on community services, the arts and sports, which are likely to result in the closure and or reduction in community services and decreased participation in sports. The proposed increases also appear to run counter to Tauranga City Council's vision to lift each other up and fuel possibilities. To compound the issue, there's been a lack of visibility of the proposed changes in the LTP documentation as outlined in our submission, which has most likely prevented input into the LTP from many of those who use the services provided by organisations at the historic village, so would be impacted by those proposed changes but not have the opportunity to have input into them. We're also conscious that it's unlikely philanthropics are going to be able to help organisations with increased rents, fees and charges, given that they have less money to allocate due to reduced investment returns, and I think Bay Trust has put in a submission along those lines. Socialink understands the need for council to balance paying for the operational and capital costs of the historic village and sports fields, and that users pay their fair share, while also recognising the significant public benefit of the village and sports that contribute to the social wellbeing of Tauranga's residents. However, we believe the correct balance has not been struck in the proposal. Hence, recommend that Council withdraw the proposal, engage with affected organisations and produce a new proposal, taking into account the concurrent impact of increases in OPEX costs for organisations in the historic village. This way, the proposal would want to ensure that it doesn't impact on the delivery of social services and the use of sports fields and art venues. We also think it could be an opportunity to address some of the comments made in Peter McKinlay's submission to ensure that it's consistent with Council's purpose. Lastly, we recommend to address the doubling of hireage rates of historic village venues, that a separate hireage rate is created for historic venues for the venue only, where no staff are required, to ensure affordability for community groups and clubs. So thank you for your time and happy to take questions.
Thanks, Liz, for that. I'm pleased that you addressed an issue I was going to raise with you, because I looked in your submission, because the difficulty we have is, and you did address it in your comments, trying to get that balance between the investment that's needed to be made, and you know jolly well the state that the historic village was in. So a huge amount of money's gone into that, plus that backlog from sporting and community facilities that we faced, because rates have been kept low and the investment hadn't been made. So how do you balance that burden on the ratepayer with getting some contribution from those who are then exclusively using those facilities? And that's a balance. I don't think we've got it right in this, but in your submission I was a bit disappointed that you didn't acknowledge that, because we also have a large number of people in our community, as you've told us on several occasions, as we've discussed on several occasions, who are on either fixed incomes or, our average household income is lower than the national average income. So we also have to be mindful of the burden that goes on ratepayers and trying to make those investments. So, yep, we haven't got it right, but I'm pleased that you addressed it when you came to make a presentation to us, because I didn't see it, and that's something we've talked about before, and I sort of looked for it in your submission.
Submission about that we're recognising the need to balance. We understand it's a tricky balance that you have to find, and I did think we did have it in the submission, but we do understand it's difficult, that you've got a number of interests, but I suppose we're just sort of recognising the impact on community services, in particular.
And the choice, do we not invest any more in the historic village? Do we leave it as it is? A lot of money going into that last building. And unfortunately, some of the work that was done years ago by volunteers doesn't meet today's standards. And, so it is very, very difficult, because it is a special place and we want to see it continue, but you can't keep putting money in.
It's got to be paid from somewhere. Absolutely. No, I totally understand. I suppose we're just, I suppose we would maybe make the balance a little different to what you've proposed. And so this is the opportunity, obviously, to say that. And I understand there's probably lots of other organisations saying similar things.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for us?
It's the nub of the issue.
That is the issue. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Glenn Crowther, Glenn here? Right. So Glenn, you've got two, one from Sustainable Bay of Plenty and then your own personal. Now, do you want to do those separately, or do you want to?
I can just make them flow through.
Just flow
hopefully
through?
save
Okay.
a few
All right.
seconds. Thank you very much for allowing us to come here to Huria again. I guess I'll start off, as you know, we've had email correspondence around our trust is still in the position we think you should reconsult on the plan. Three Waters, as you know, comprises about 40% of the CapEx, 33% or something of the OpEx. It's the elephant that wasn't in the room from the public point of view, and so our view is that the implications weren't made clear to the public, and so therefore they should get a chance, because we contend they would have submitted differently if they'd known the scale of the investment that would be needed. It's not altogether just local government issue, it's obviously central government, but we think it's added to the complexity and would be good to reconsult. Primarily we're concerned about the unsustainable nature of this plan. Environmental sustainability, we think it doesn't address the key environmental issues. So these include air pollution, water pollution, wetland protection, whether we have sustainable water for growth, poor urban design, building standards, and the ongoing increases in carbon emissions. Now, I acknowledge the road pricing proposal, but we've sort of said we think there needs to be good public transport infrastructure before that is rolled out. The economic side of it, the economic growth and social sustainability, we think that this model has been pushed to the limit and is now broken. And the serious social and environmental and indeed economic challenges that we might be facing make this unsustainable. We need a sustainable economic plan that's developed in consultation, close collaboration really with local communities. And a truly sustainable plan doesn't sacrifice any residents' longer-term well-being for short-term economic outcomes. Financial sustainability is a huge issue, and obviously you're trying to address that, but we think the balance is wrong. This plan doesn't include, I don't know what the latest count was, 6 billion plus of unfunded, 8 billion maybe, Stephen, you said, of unfunded transport projects. And concerningly, it states that it doesn't address all the Three Waters expenditure that's necessary. So the quote was, "It is cost prohibitive to deliver all necessary water initiatives within the coming 10-year timeframe." Now, to me, when I look at what's happening in Wellington now, that's a real concern if we head in that direction. So, in your own words, the city is one of New Zealand's most indebted councils. Before we even start to pay for the projects in this plan, ratepayers will owe $1.25 billion, more than double the per capita debt of Christchurch. In 1.5 years, that'll be 1.6 billion. Just over 3 years from now, it'll be 1.9 billion. And by 2034, the projection is $3 billion before all those transport projects, which is just unsustainable. The LTP shows that we could breach the debt limit later this decade, and it could be even higher if we don't sell the parking buildings, which are two of the most well-used and highest income earning assets, considering most assets you own are expenses rather than income earners. What's more, even if you sell those, you don't have enough external funding to pay for Te Manuataki or Te Papa. So, that alone is enough to be a real concern. And then the final kicker is that, this transport side of it could just overwhelm everything else with the levels of congestion that could impact the city, as you know, and as you're trying to address through that smart trip. So we want to address the issue that we've heard from some people who say, don't worry so much about the debt, we just need this infrastructure, we need essential and non-essential infrastructure. Go ahead, build the exhibition centre, the stadium. People can just move if they have to. Whatever we need to do, we just have to build this stuff. That's the kind of talk I've heard from people, and we say that is not what people that we talk to are saying. It's not what the people who are struggling to pay rental rates are saying. It's not what elderly living off super are saying, or young families who've just bought a house or renting. So we think debt is probably the biggest long-term impact that's going to be here. It's more important than having non-essential infrastructure at the moment, partly because we need to free up everything we can to get this essential infrastructure and address congestion and transport. So you asked, has the council got the balance right? We say not really, and we think that one of the fundamental issues is that you have a centralised CBD-centric growth model, and we think the desire, which is actually quoted in a council document about competing with Raeroa, Hamilton and metro cities, that's the wrong approach. We think we should actually, if anything, shift growth towards places like Hamilton that can be more sustainable, to shift the investment from non-essential infrastructure and utilise the regional and pan-regional resources that we have, and to support more local infrastructure servicing local communities. We think citywide DCs should probably be reduced to incentivise intensification, and if possible to increase the greenfield DCs to actually try to in advance get some of that money that's currently being picked up in the end by the existing ratepayers. And a final comment from our trust point of view is the smart growth strategy raised the issue of, does TCC actually plan to implement the spatial plan within the strategy, which says that 33 to 40% of growth will go into intensification and only 15% into the Western Corridor, Tauriko-Keenan Road? Or is the plan to actually focus growth in that Western Corridor? And in TCC documents, it talks about 25,000 new homes over the next 30 years. That's a quote from TCC, which completely contradicts the numbers that are in the smart growth strategy. So, you don't have to answer it here, but it would be good from our trust point of view to address that, not only to our trust, but to the city in terms of getting clarity around whether 50% or more of the growth could go in that Western Corridor, which would be a very different picture, excuse me, to what was stated in the strategy itself. And then if I quickly just go to a few last minute points from my own personal submission, which is more focused on the western suburbs where I live. I strongly support a replacement transfer station for Malimi Street. I think it's, again, unsustainable to do what we're doing now. And, just the carbon emissions from driving there and the congestion and all that, I think it's far better to invest proactively in another facility here sooner rather than later. We'll need it. We need it now. We'll need it in the future. Let's do that. I support more community facilities in Otamotai in the western suburbs. You heard yesterday that a quarter of the population are here, as I think Richard Clout was saying. He used the phrase, the West is subsidising the rest. I think that's how a lot of us feel. We've only really got one council facility of any significance, which is the pool, and now it's going to close, we hear. And we think that, literally that could cost a life. If children are not able to learn to swim, if adults can't feel confident in the water, that has serious implications. And our concern, or my concern, sorry, is that the Memorial Park redevelopment, we didn't actually know the full cost of that. We thought there would actually be the court facilities as part of the cost of it in the LTP, and then we found out later that wasn't the case, that would be on top of the 128 million. And then we found that we were going to lose the pool, and I think that decision seems to have been done far too quickly. Talking to staff at the council and to Bay Venues, there wasn't even an analysis done as to the costings to keep it open. So to me, it just makes, it makes a mockery.
Minute.
Yep. I support fast-tracking the Brookfield intersection upgrade and bus interchange, which I think need to go together. There needs to be a solution there, not because we've got the most important part of the public transport network by any means, but as I've pointed out to a number of staff at both councils, the number of roads which all converge there with buses going on 5 different roads. There needs to be a solution put there that works where people can change buses, otherwise we won't get the patronage from that area. So it's not the most important hub in Tauranga, but it is the one that probably needs a proper interchange where people are going in different directions. I don't support the big increases in fees and charges. I do support a proactive approach on elder housing and disability housing, housing for people with disabilities. And finally, I'd like to support Papamoa's, the community proposals for the tsunami routes there. We think it's genuinely a big issue for that community, and I'd like to support that as well. So happy if you've got any questions.
Thanks, One thing I'd say to you is we did actually hold 5 public meetings in September talking about the Western Corridor and how that links in with intensification and greenfields. And you're right, we talked about over the next 30 years or 20 to 30 years, another 25,000 odd homes up that Western Corridor. So I think we've made ourselves pretty plain. We've got good support around the public and we're feeding that into the regional...
I'm not even arguing so much the merits. It's more if there could be maybe smart growth strategy.
It's exactly what's being developed at the moment.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Rhonda from the Caravan Club. Is it Rhonda? I'm getting a bit nervous about whether I've got the right names now.
Apparently there's some people who were scared that you didn't turn up.
Oh, is that right? What do they think I'm going to bite them?
Kia ora, everyone.
So you've got 5 minutes, Rhonda, and I'll give you a warning when there's only 1 minute to go.
My submission number is 1489, and I'm here supporting and being part of a number of people who co-signed my submission. There were 44 others beside myself that co-signed my submission to you. It is regarding the raising of rents in the historic village, and it has caused a lot of angst amongst the people in the village, along with a lot of angst for the people in the community who regard this area as with a personal touch. It's a public place that is of historic and totally local interest, and it gives people so much pleasure to go there. It has had a long history of community development. It was developed, it was scrubbed, and it was cleared and it was drained mainly by volunteer labour. And the people who did that were very proud of their input and that they were preparing something for the community. When it first opened in 1973, it wasn't officially open then, but it was doing things. It had many community interests in there, and people came to see it and came to do things. It was a place, and it was a place where you could relax because there was no traffic, and there still isn't, thank God. It's a nice, peaceful place. You can go there and you can have a cup of coffee or a cup of tea, and you can have a stroll around, and you can listen to the local radio playing good old-fashioned music that most of us really enjoy. It's a place where in the incubator, the people, the artists of our area, a place to display their many different crafts. There's always something on at the incubator, and there's always people going to the incubator to do things and to see things. There is always this wonderful feeling of community and commitment and doing things together. It officially opened in 1976, so it's been going for a long time. And at one stage there was this amazing blacksmith who'd been there from the time it first started, and he officially retired. He was a huge draw card when he was there. We have these examples of the restored buildings that have been saved throughout the bay and taken to that area and put together. Fine examples. I believe in New Zealand we are far too quick to knock things down instead of restoring. We may have only a short history, but we need to keep that little bit of short history we have from our earlier pioneers who had to be very brave people to come here and carve through the kauri forests and make themselves a little niche to live in. If you have a place in tauranga like we have, where it has been said that we will have this as a community space and place. And then in 1989, the area of renting down there, it was asked people there, not for profit. Organisations that are not for profit are the main people who hire the buildings in the village. So if you're not making a profit, it's extraordinarily difficult to deal with a rate rise or a rent rise. Very difficult. We have people there that they have limited hours, and at this time they have right, yeah, you did. As a community space, it offers us so many amenities. I don't know whether you know, but the men's shed, which has a mainly elderly population membership on fixed income, they not only do things and make things for kindergartens and schools and the hospital and other such charitable organisations, all the charity shops, the op shops, send their electrical gear and anything that is needing to be fixed down to the men's shed and make sure that it is in good working order and able to be used safely before they put it out in their shops. Now, the men's shed rental increase is huge, and if you do this, they're going to lose their members, then they'll close down, and then we'll have lost one of the best community assets that we have, which is why this space and place was set up for community tauranga in the first place. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Mark Nelson. So Mark, you're speaking for yourself and then you're speaking for Papamoa football. So do you want to run them in together? Or do you want to do them separately? Okay, yeah. So it's just for my timer. Yeah, I'll just let you know when you've got it.
Condensing 10 years into, you know. Ko te mea tuatai ki te mihi nui ki ngā tangata whenua tēnei roto, me ngā tēnei wharia tāhua, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Ko tainui te waka, ko hui a rawa, ko raukawa o kuiwi, ko hui a te tūranga waiwai, ko pora tāwhau te mana whenua. Ko tararua ngā pai maunga I riri atu ki te awa o Manawatu, me pai aki ki te moana o raukawa. Ko pairoa te maunga tapu, ke tangi mate, te motu iti. Ko pirihira me te iwi ka tia toku queer. Ko ngāroi mata me te iwi ka tia toku queer. Ko te hoi a toku rangatira, ko Mark Nelson tēnei au e tuaki nei. Papamoa FC wishes to thank the Commissioners for the investment in all the community infrastructure currently underway, and in particular the developments at Gordon Spratt Reserve. The developments, as we all know, are well overdue, but nonetheless amazing to see this occur and around our city. Papamoa FC supports the introduction of a fair pricing regime to help mitigate costs in the upkeep of our assets and future facilities. The draft long-term plan, 10-year plan is about fairness, making sure everyone is paying their fair share. The pricing mechanism as proposed is at heart not about fairness, it is in fact about penalising one demographic of participant. Papamoa FC supports the introduction of a fair pricing regime. For those involved in community sport, we know there are several different ways to not only support community engagement, but also charge in a way which results in usable data, assists with changing patterns enabling us to better predict future use, acknowledges our growth codes and signals in advance where further investment or reallocation should occur. It's been proven time and time again that the knowledge needed and detail needed to make educated decisions
and tackling some of this stuff is not always available within council. Constant contracting of contractors who have a sole purpose to complete a piece of work, get paid, but not understand the desired and preferred outcome. Where recommendations such as what's proposed today, making absolutely no sense and in fact creating thousands of hours of volunteer work to defend something that should not see the light of day. The fact we are this far really disappoints, and I question how. With the proposed pricing, we can assume the view is that revenue increases do not come with any costs. Currently, most clubs support community resources and through active promotion assist council with the condition of ground facilities. For the most part, clubs take responsibility under current user agreements to cancel, shuttle, rotate teams, players on fields. Should clubs begin to pay for fields in this way, then clubs will not be cancelling or closing fields. The repair bill on a severely damaged field will far outweigh the revenue received. Reasons for charging. Our assumption is that the writer of the policy assumes that seniors damage and require more maintenance than juniors. Damage is significantly larger in the junior space than senior space when a comparison is completed per square metre. Should the proposed structure proceed, i.e. the charging of seniors only, the council will be creating conflicts within a club code, seniors versus juniors. Instead of supporting community development engagement, the proposed pricing structure will create a senior versus junior mentality. An additional response of clubs codes will be to negate cost. Clubs currently spread out training load as best they can to keep fields in good and reasonable condition. Community clubs who are cash poor and run by volunteers, initial thought will be to restrict expenses. Under the proposed charging mechanism, the way this will be actioned will be through a reduction of fields booked, therefore increasing use on a smaller number of fields. This will increase further field damage and further inflict expenses far outweighing income. We're unsure why the proposal was tabled this way. To the best of my knowledge, no one was engaged for discussion. From your point of view as the decision makers, unless the information is accurate, we will move, as we have done numerous times before, down the wrong path. The lack of detailed knowledge or lack of detail to the dynamics of our Tauranga Moana sport community by some is problematic, and the view of this club has been proven time and time again. All codes are not created equal. Under current guise, a substantial amount of codes and clubs will incur no cost while others will be charged. Charging must be fair and reasonable and making sure everyone is paying their fair share. Comparing to our aquatic and indoor users, we note a charging mechanism to all participants. It should also be noted TCC supports BVL yearly through a community grant to the tune of circa $4.3 million, which after revaluation of assets leads to a loss. Perhaps a review of the asset owning arm should ensue. Perhaps a goodwill gesture to the same level be afforded to green space users. The cost of field maintenance and upkeep is reasonably simple math. Line marking, renovation, maintenance, lights and power. These do not change because you're a senior. All users require these things. Renovation maintenance is conducted by recreational services daily across the network. Renovation and maintenance are required by all. Lights are maintained across the network by energy services. Juniors and youth use lights also. These are not just used by seniors. The 10-year plan is supposed to be about fairness, making sure everyone is paying their fair share. The proposal as submitted goes against this. Current user agreements. Clause 4.3.4 of the most recent user agreement states the user group must not charge any person any fees for use of an active reserve. Under this proposal, clubs cannot on-charge. Therefore, there is no recovery method for codes, leading to every code becoming insolvent in year one. It is likely with a 55.6% increase charged to seniors, no one will play. This will leave a large deficit for council as the cost that they are currently required to complete the field work will remain and no club will be contributing. Alternative proposal. Everyone who books under a user agreement should contribute. If a code signs up to a user agreement, that dictates they are of sufficient size scale to justify the council's current requirements. This dictates councils can charge, codes are still responsible to ensure resources stay in the best condition they can. If a charging mechanism is aligned correctly, it will also assist in building information to better inform future decisions. With the booking mechanism accurate and our strategy aligned, our council can then finally update the antiquated and outdated policy. These policies were mostly written in the early 2000s with varying degrees of update, and quite frankly, community sport has changed. Existing policy and user agreements are far removed from how sport and recreation is utilised these days. The existing agreements are not fit for purpose. Many of the issues we face are also because of antiquated policy. Policies are to blame for issues as much as current costs and lack of resource infrastructure. TCC works with Sportbot with regards to this sector. Reviews are done such as changing patterns and future needs analysis. To better inform these decisions, an accurate mechanism of charging will put us in a substantially superior advantage when we look to future-proof our city. If the data in is wrong, the data out is wrong, and as we know, we've all been through a lot of that. Charging costs should be completed in arrears and not in advance. This then puts onus on clubs to be accurate with bookings and allows the forecast into fees for the following year. In addition to the proposed change in field charging, some clubs will also incur a double whammy cost with an increase in charging highridge rates. No community club can afford this. Fair, reasonable and scaled must be the order of the day. These two proposed changes will single-handedly destroy community sport and recreation. That's not a threat, that's just a fact. I also understand recently that Council has been submitting to community gaming funders with funds released to support build costs of asset upgrades. These same funds are utilised by community clubs and codes. Not only are we increasing charges to groups, but removing the ability to pay existing expenses and future expenses as the allocation of funds distributed is reduced, given the Council take. That can be seen over recent months in the decline of community clubs through their funding submissions to community funders. I would be interested to know the value of the funds received by Council from community funders. So personally, from my point of view, as a player, as a member, as a coach, a manager, a parent, not only involved in football, I've been, you see the same volunteers everywhere. Doesn't matter what season it is. Yep, doesn't matter what season it is. And we all invest a significant amount of time that probably can't be quantified, I suppose, into a dollar value. But I do see it as a form of goodwill. And there's a lot of things that the people within those clubs and codes provide that, as I said, cannot be quantified. But if we do go down the proposed charging mechanism route, we will single-handedly can finish off those clubs. If you look at the balance sheet and profit and loss of all the community funders, as mentioned before, they are not-for-profits. So if you can make $1,000 profit, that's fine. Asking people to pay a fair share across everybody will help support those clubs stay sustainable, because we have to be sustainable to be able to continue to provide those resources. So that's all. Thank you.
So I've just got one question. We've heard from a number of the clubs over the last 3 days, so
I can imagine.
Which is great. I think hearing from the clubs directly and understanding the impacts on them, I think is really valuable. And I think the fullness of your submission, I mean, what you've expressed here is, there's a lot more detail, I think, and I just appreciated your submission. One thing I did hear yesterday, and it'd be good to get your thoughts on it. A comment came through that, thinking about junior sport and senior sport is, and I can't remember the submitter, that the junior sport essentially subsidises some of the seniors. Is that your?
I can't say specifically on all codes, but what I can say in football is that there's a scale crossed relative to the age of the player. So costs increase per each age band. So the reason senior fees are so expensive at the moment is because we charge more by default through our federations. Everyone's a little bit different. There is definitely a subsidisation across to make it palatable and sustainable. There's no way that you could continue to offer what we offer. Using us as an example, we've just reaccredited under the 2022 Incorporated Society Act. It cost us as a football club $322,000 to run last year, and we're just a community football club. We take $115,000 from fees, 15 grand goes to GST, so we've got to find $200,000 from somewhere to cover set costs. We were probably the only club that maybe make a profit. Our net profit was $7,000. That's probably not forgiving 5,000 hours of volunteer time to keep it sustainable. So for me personally, every month, every day, I'm looking at the profit and loss just to make sure that we are sustainable. Under the new Act, we have to provide an undertaking as an officer to be sustainable. That's another question because of the charges and costs, but, I think fair and reasonable, and people understand that that's an easy pitch to our membership, right? No problem at all. $10 a person, 7 grand, perfectly fine, people understand what we get, but just charging a small minority, it's going to be very difficult. So we would either have to go, we're charging everybody, which is my senior junior point. I'd have to go to the juniors, you've got to subsidise 150 seniors to the tune of $200, or the seniors will go, I'm not paying $600, so I'm not going to play. Either way, the cost to maintain that field will not change. I'll use baseball example. They're down there, recreational service line the field. There's no one playing baseball. There's a lot of costs. There's a lot of ways within policy I think we can be more efficient to mitigate some of those, my view.
Great, thank you.
All good. Thank you.
Mary, Zara?
I think she already gave hers.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Elizabeth Howe, sorry. Elizabeth Howe? Take it up. Oh, no, that's it. Mary, it is Mary. You go and we'll bring them up next. Sorry, it's my fault. No, it's okay.
There's two Marys.
This is Zara. Mary came before. All right, so we have to take Zara. But you go ahead, Elizabeth, and then we'll take Zara.
Okay.
Because they're there.
All right.
Yep.
I've got my clock, but it keeps fading on me. So if you could just raise your hand, I'll keep an eye on you, Anne. Okay. I've got 41 as a starter. Tēnā koutou katoa. It's wonderful to be here. And thank you to the admin staff who've processed 1,600 submissions. Can I suggest that someone does a statistical analysis on the key items and make sure they don't skew them, like the land, housing thing that was all skewed and only had 3 categories, yes, no, and agree, even if you don't agree. Do it right, please. And I'd like to suggest that as we're going to get an elected council later this year, the big decisions are delayed until we can say we elected the councillors who made the decisions, with respect. I'm going to jump to my big ticket item in case I run out of time. As a teacher of 50 years around 5 continents, I didn't bring a PowerPoint today, I brought flashcards. And I'm talking as a Briwi. I got myself my Kiwi passport. You can tell from my accent, I'm from the motherland. I worked for New Zealand Inc. I earned money for New Zealand by selling commercial teacher training courses to the general public here in New Zealand. I also went to Vietnam, Kazakhstan, Vladivostok, Russia, and sold courses there and wrote online courses. So I came here as a well-qualified professional, and I have done 12 hours a day, every day of my working life, and I'm now retired. I'm now speaking for Old People's Inc., and I'm the voluntary secretary for Grey Pa, Papamoran districts. On wins, this year, well, 23 to 24, about to go into another year, I got 24,000 after tax. My property rates were 4,582. The insurance I have to pay in case my property is destroyed by fire, and the closer the buildings, the more opportunity for fire, and living in Papamoa Beach, the opportunity for tsunami is huge. My insurance was the same, $4,500. So, add in water, which is separate, and I have got regional rates in there, and it is minus the 700 that I got last year as a rebate, okay? So thank you for the rebate. The total rates on my property, one house, one section, with 4,800, insurance 4,500, total 9,300. Electricity, which is essential in my life, I don't have a wood burner, I am alone, I came here alone, I have to pay 4,800. So my essential outgoings are $14,100. Put that above 24,000 and I am left with $9,900 for the year. Divide by 12, $825 a month. Divide by 4, giving only 48 weeks, remember, $206 a week. Out of that, speaking for Old People Inc., I have to pay petrol or public transport, food, cleaning and maintenance for the property, doctor and prescriptions, and in my case, I do keep falling down a lot at the moment. I try to stand on my feet. Opticians and lenses. Thank you. Now, that is luckily not my situation, because I came here on a highly skilled visa. I had qualifications when I came here that no New Zealander in Waikato had, and so I took a 50% cut in my salary. I brought with me the money to build my house, to buy my land, and imagine my astonishment when in 2018 my land was valued at $450,000, and in 2021 $750,000. The value went up by $300,000 in 3 years. And it's very unfortunate for me that I also bought a section that I hoped a brother would come to, and I sold it just before the rating valuation. So that purchaser got a terrific increase of $300,000 on the piece of land she bought. I want to say the rating system for old people has to be taken into account. We cannot go on living like this. Friends with macular degeneration, living in smaller homes than me, still pay huge rates. And when they get on the bus, they find lots of trouble because there's a lot of conflict. School kids don't want to pay the bus fares anymore, and they intimidate the driver. Just a word from a transport user. Thank you for the opportunity, and thanks to admin staff. You must be going mad after 3 days. Okay, any questions for me? I know you've got to hear so many people.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
We're very well aware, and you might have heard earlier on talking about social aid.
Yes, and I am. There are other points, I do support social payment, but thank you.
Thank you. Okay, environment. Sorry about that.
Kia ora koutou. Kia ora toki wingawa, mahi ana ahau he tumuaki ki Enviro Hub. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and be in this beautiful wharenui. As an existing partner and cornerstone organisation, we have not made a formal submission through the LTP for ongoing funding, as this has already been discussed through our partnership arrangement, but we do welcome the opportunity to talk to our wider submission. We continue to support the 3 strands of TCC's Te Kupunga of sustainability, Te Ao Māori and working beyond tauranga, and these shared objectives underpin many of the programs we deliver throughout the Waiariki region. We are particularly keen to support TCC's key priorities of greening the city by partnering with Council through things like our Space for Nature initiative that is currently being piloted in the northern Western Bay of Plenty region, to manage pest plants and predators and plant more trees on private land, especially in people's backyards, which will increase tree canopy cover and increase biodiversity, improve well-being for all living things. Connecting people to nature and increasing the opportunities to connect to nature within our city is becoming increasingly more important, and we would like to see the Memorial Park walkway re-included in the long-term plan. An opportunity such as this for people to connect with nature as they commute into the city would be amazing and further support the CBD rebirth. We believe Smart Trip is something that is definitely worth exploring, and we would be happy to support TCC with community engagement around this. Reducing our carbon by reducing our current congestion levels is good for our people and our planet, and will help us reach our carbon reduction targets. Reducing our transport emissions is our only means of doing this within Tauranga Moana in time, and so these are really important conversations that we think we need to have. We applaud your Tauranga Taurikora strategy and look forward to supporting TCC to deliver on these goals, all of which are at the heart of what we do at Enviro Hub, and over the past 2 years through our partnership agreement, we've developed and delivered various programs, initiatives and activations that educate and inspire Tauranga Moana residents and visitors alike to take action to reduce their own impact and improve their own backyards with those 5 key goals in mind. So it's a big month coming up for us, and we're excited to launch our Green Team app next month as part of our Sustainable Backyards program, which further supports people on their journey to a more sustainable existence by providing fun and practical tips and lots of engagement opportunities. So yeah, we just had a few things we want to talk about, and just to thank the commissioners and wider staff for all the support that we've had to deliver on these things, and just some really cool conversations that we feel are happening at the moment within Tauranga Moana, so thank you. Don't know if Mary had anything to add?
No, just to make sure the blame for the typos is all that goes to the right place. It's all my work. I'm no typist.
Yeah. Any questions?
Laura, you make a comment, or Mary, in your submission about the evidence of the systems changes with the taking back in-house of spaces and places delivery. Just outline what you actually see as that systems change.
I just think there's a massive change in the attitude of the people you deal with. As you know, I now live next to the Brookfield Carmichael Reserve, and the change in the staff attitude there, A, in what they do, but in the B in the way they interact with the public and the people that live around it and what have you, is just amazing. They're knowledgeable about what they're doing, they're proud about what they're doing, they're cheerful, and they're really, really pleased to be working with an organisation that seems to care about the environment. To me, that's a massive change, and that is definitely a systems change. Some of these things are better done in-house, where the ethos the council is trying to create actually percolates down to the staff. It's very hard to do that with contractors who have a completely different view on the world. So I for one, am delighted that that'll happen, and I hope it only continues, and that we can look at other things like, for instance, there's that reserve that runs down from Rosedale Road down to Isla Park. That's a reserve that's absolutely right for biodiversity and what have you. We're lucky now that we have a potential board member who's living right beside that, and that would be one place. I think working on things like the Raeroa Valley. It's very unusual to have a city this size with a wetland that size right in the middle of the city. Quite special. And there's other private things where we could do, urban forests and things. So I just think the change in the staff, bringing that in and having that whole thing is really important.
Okay, no, thank you.
I think we had the Rotary Trust today talking about going down and Andrew on Earth and City Tax, probably one of the owners in the world.
Yes,
yeah, I think it is.
Wetlands that size, right?
I recall saying when we purchased it that one day it will be our Hagley Park, and I didn't mean that it would look like Hagley Park. Right. I meant that we would value it as much as the citizens of Christchurch value it. Yes, so, and that was a long time ago now.
Cool. Right.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Turner from Touch Papamoa. Hi.
Hello.
5 minutes?
Yeah, sure.
And I'll let you know when you've got one left.
Okay, that's cool. So, Jenny Turner from Touch Papamoa. Touch Papamoa is a not-for-profit sports organisation in Papamoa running touch football from year 1 up to masters level. We've been running for about 17 years at Gordon Spratt. We have 900 junior players and just on 500 adult players, which we expect to grow significantly once we have the new fields finished at Gordon Spratt this year. So potentially up to about 2,000 people playing touch. We're the only affiliated touch football module in the Tauranga area. So for us, I guess, our biggest thing is we don't mind contributing something towards field usage, perhaps if it was the sport-specific markings and things that are on the fields. But we do feel that maybe the proposed rates are too high. A lot of our members are whānau-based teams, and they do find the affordability of playing the sport quite difficult as it is. So to put their fees up would probably be at least $100 to $200 per team. To me, I feel is too much for a lot of those people. We're also a very volunteer-based organisation, being a not-for-profit, so for us to we're in a position where we're having to pay administrators and pay people as we're growing to just keep our services alive. I think one of the big things is, we've just got a brand new skate park, which is amazing at Gordon Spratt, but no one has to pay to use that. So it's just trying to get a bit of a balance as to what should be paid, and yeah. We also do quite a few free coaching sessions and fitness sort of related sessions which are available to the public, not just to our sports members. So if we were paying for field usage for something that we're offering to the community for free, it sort of makes us in a bit of a loss for the services that we're offering too. So we just sort of think that maybe things need to be negotiated a little bit more in just not a one-size-fits-all for all organisations. That's all. Okay. Cool.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, I mean, we have a lot of saying very much the same, and we do appreciate that.
Yep.
You're all volunteer-based,
Mm-hmm.
and do a great job out in the community.
Yep.
We've just got to get it right, because we want to be able to continue to invest in those facilities. That's part of the role that we've had to play here as commissioners, is trying to play catch-up for growing sports like yours, population growth, and the number. We want people to be taking part in sports.
Yeah, we want active communities.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So we just need to work together. I think staff are working away, beavering away in the background, having read and been heard all the submissions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your time.
Lovely credits. Oh, okay. Have we got Charlie Gregson? Yeah, Charlie Gregson. Oh, we've got Ruth here. We've got Ruth from athletics.
Just waiting for Bruce to arrive at the...
Oh, okay. All right. Have we got anyone from Tauriko Play Centre? No. No? Michael Goff? No. All right. So why don't we take a short break now? And that gives time for Ruth to arrive, and we'll just be a few minutes. We're going to have a cup of tea and come back. How's that? Adjourn the meeting. Okay, so the meeting is resumed, and can we have, is it Athletics Tauranga? So Ruth, and I think you've got Bruce with you, have you? Yes. Thank you, come on up. Hi.
Kia ora and good morning. I'm Ruth Tui Rabi, President of Athletics Tauranga, and Bruce Cortese will make our submission.
Thank you. So you've got 5 minutes. I'll let you know when you've got 1 minute left.
Can I turn this? It's on.
It's on. I think he's turned it on for you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the submission. Without a doubt, our club acknowledges all the issues facing council and the community without a doubt, and certainly do not have any issues with the fact that these have to be addressed. A couple of points that I would like to raise is in respect of the per square metre charges for lease proposals for buildings, and also the congestion charges. Our view, which is fairly unanimous, is that there needs to be more detail in this in order for it to be considered fairly and in a balanced way, so that it benefits not only clubs but also the community. Our athletics club is quite unique in that it actually services quite a wider region in the Bay of Plenty. When I look at, if I look at things from the perspective of the square metre charges and the congestion charges, put that all together, it would certainly impact athletes and the community significantly in being able to participate in the sport. In that the club, for a start, would have to increase its fees to take care of those extra leasing costs, and also the congestion charges for coaches and officials, not only during the week but also at events. Those costs would have to be passed on to athletes and members in the form of increased membership. In addition to that, you have athletes who are going to have to come and use the facility, and with the proposed congestion charges, they're going to suffer an increased cost to attending that sport and compete, which is a benefit to the region because we've got athletes who are competing and representing our region and New Zealand at Olympics. I take an example that looking at the proposed charges, a coach would probably incur a fee in 1 day based on the limited information of around $48. He would he would have to increase his coaching fees as well to those athletes. So it's a monumental issue for an athlete participating in the sport. We certainly do not doubt that there needs to be a way of managing the costs of providing these facilities. And we also acknowledge that when we look at moving to a new facility at Bay Park and how that would work. We're always keen to work with council in the way that would be the fairest way to manage that, because we want what's good and fair for our athletes in the club and also the community as a whole, so it can grow. I think one of the other issues that we face is that unlike a team sport, we are a group of people competing individually, so that is another added layer of complexity for an individual, and that how we address that could be in an alternative way that has even been discussed and talked about by looking at, say, adding a fee onto car registrations. Now that could also go out to the wider community, but that could also go towards such a cost of maintaining our services in the region, which would then have lesser impact on sports such as athletic and the wider sporting community. I think one of the things that we have considered is that it's already very difficult for our club in getting officials to come here and officiate at events because they travel from Waikato over to here and further afield, and vice versa. And so if we consider the impact that increased fees would have, we have quite a snowball effect in being able to deliver a really top quality service to our athletes and the wider community. So in summary, we're not opposing at all a way of looking at how to make that beneficial for the council and the communities, but I think it needs more detail and more discussion in an open, frank way to achieve that.
Look, thank you very much, and thank you for, because I know you've been working very, very closely and very well with TCC for a long period of time, and especially when it comes to some quite difficult discussions about maybe moving to or creating a new venue for you that would be exclusive to athletics at Bay Park. I think if we separate the two, take your points around the smart trip. That's something that is being proposed by government. It needs government legislation to change, and you're right. The work's only just begun looking at that and what some of the things that you're raising. You know, we'll be taking that into account and passing that on to the government to think about. Whereas more the charges that they've been proposed on sports clubs for facilities and the leases are within our control, and certainly we've heard that we've got that wrong and that we have to have another look at that, and we have to have those discussions with sports clubs. So you know, that's something that we can control. Whereas the smart trip is longer term. It's trying to reflect the huge costs that are ahead of us with our infrastructure and how we pay that rather than constantly relying on ratepayers. And paying tolls, because if you come to your athletics from the east, you come over a toll road. If you come from the Kaimais, you don't. So even then there's iniquity, and then that toll money goes down to Wellington. We don't get that reinvested here. So it's trying to address some of those iniquities as well. So look, thank you very much. Again, we appreciate the relationship that we have with your organisation, and that will continue.
Yeah. Sure. Thank you very, very much for the opportunity. Much
Thank
appreciated.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have Tauriko Play Centre here? Right, okay. So Michael Goff, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Goff. I'm a resident of Bellevue, transplant from North America. Happy to be here. Thank you for having me. I was here a couple of years ago talking about Carlton Street Reserve, and we did a good job down there. Good drainage, shading, facilities are good. A little more work to do, but big improvement. Thank you for that.
Good, that's good to hear.
Thank you for that. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the facilities, leasing of the facilities and increased costs on that. I guess I don't think that's a good spot to raise revenues to support the needs of the community. I think there's probably better places to raise money, and like I said, I'm from North America, Detroit, as a matter of fact. I don't know if you're familiar with the history of Detroit.
Yeah.
They've had some rough times. Part of that, well, economic reasons cause some hardship there, and loss of social programs to the youth, I think, probably contributed a lot to the growth of crime in Detroit. So I've only been in the city for about 7 years here in Taronga, but I've seen, I think, increased crime and kids with maybe not enough to do because then they start getting into gangs, drugs, teen pregnancies. I think if we can keep some activities together for those kids, keep them off the streets, I said in my notes, that it'll help preserve the community and the lifestyle that we enjoy here in Taronga. So some of the facilities support football, scouts, astronomy, just such a wide range of great activities for kids. I've got 2 young boys, and they're into scouts and football. Last night we were at the Bellevue Athletics has their group Tuesday nights up at the future site of the stadium, perhaps, if that goes through. And fantastic time. There's probably 100 kids out there getting active and enthusiastic from ages 3 to, I think, probably 15 or 16. and they were having a great time. The lady who was coaching my 9-year-old boy has 3 boys. She drives up from Waihi every week because they don't have anything like that in Waihi. It's, I mean, it's a treasure. Really, all of these activities and the lifestyle that they support, bowling for older folks. I mean, you've got stuff for kids and older folks. I'm in heaven here. This is a great spot. So I think we need to look at ways to support the community and the growth, but I don't think it comes at the expense of social programs where we're going to put the kids back in their house in front of video games or out on the streets, getting into trouble. I think those are the wrong spots for them. Plus, I think people will, like we had heard before, I'm sure you've heard for the last 2 days, people aren't going to be able to afford being in these clubs and these activities. We're going to have rates increases coming up. That's been pretty well advertised. Cost of living has been going up. I don't think that's going to go back down. People are struggling to get groceries. I don't think that they'll be able to support their kids in these activities if the rates double, triple for those. So a bit scattered today, but I appreciate your time, and I'm not going to take up any more time before lunch. Oh, the stadium? I think we should hold off on the stadium. All right, stadium would be awesome, but I think we should hold off on that. You've got a lot going on downtown, and there's a lot of money being spent. I think you should see how things settle in and see if there's a support for a stadium going forward, maybe in the next generation of ratepayers.
Okay, thank you very much. You touch on the dilemma that we have, as you say. Cost of living's going up, people are struggling, and so the rates are going up.
Yep.
How much do the rates go up in order to provide the facilities that the community needs? And part of our job has been to backfill with a lot of those sporting and cultural facilities that had been neglected and allowed to deteriorate and not been increased to keep up with the population growth. So we're trying to backfill that, which costs money, and at the same time, you know, we've got to be very careful that we provide for the future, but that we don't overburden too many of our ratepayers who are struggling with the cost of living increase. So it is a balance. We've got it wrong this time with what we've proposed. We'll have another look at it. But we do believe that, you know, we need to have different sources of revenue, that we cannot just continue to pile it on and on to the rates.
Good. Okay.
Thank you.
It's a
good to hear that you're happy with Carlton Park.
I'm sorry?
It's good to hear that you're happy with the work that's been done.
Absolutely. It's a difficult balance. I'm sure you'll consider carefully where the weight and burden is put.
Yeah, we will.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Oh, sorry, question? No? Sorry. Okay, where are we up to now? Lunch. Oh, okay. Okay, so we're going to adjourn. It's now 12:30. We're going to adjourn until 1:30 for lunch. And that will be in the Wharenui. Wharekai, I mean.
I think for those that are here, there is lunch provided.
Yeah.
So you're most welcome to join us for lunch over in Wharekai. Even submitters, members of the public. So if you want to hang around for lunch, that'd be great.
Yep. I was just checking that was the case.
Yeah,
So meeting's adjourned until 1:30. Reconvene at 1:30. Okay, I think we'll get underway a little bit early, but the hearing, meeting of the Monday the 12th of February is resumed. And so, do we have Bryce Strong here? Bryce, come on up. Wow, that's right. Yeah, no, I'm allowed. So, Bryce, you've got 5 minutes.
Yep.
I will give you notice when you've got 1 minute left.
Yep, I've tried to time it.
Good on you.
So kia ora and happy Valentine's Day.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm the chairman of the Tauranga Men's Shed and my comments are in support of our submission. The Tauranga Men's Shed Charitable Trust was founded in 2008. We are a social service not mirrored by any other organisation in the community. We are markedly different to pubs, the RSA, water sports clubs, and we are not a church. Our aims are to enhance the mental and physical well-being of elderly men. I have an extract from a letter by a geriatrician consultant, Dr. Lauren Priest. As a geriatrician, I know firsthand the negative effects that social isolation and lack of engagement can cause, increasing the risk of depression and dementia in these men. A lack of physical activity increases frailty and vulnerability in older men. The Men's Shed provides these men with a community which improves mental health and well-being. Among the many submissions of support for the shed is a letter from the Honourable Jan Tanetti, who refers to us as a taonga. We currently have 81 voluntary members and no paid employers. We fix things for those in the Tauranga community who cannot afford to engage tradesmen. We survive financially with voluntary donations in payment for jobs, with most donations being less than $40. Many of the sheds in New Zealand receive substantial material and financial support from their local authorities. Many men's sheds pay only a token dollar rent per annum. Locally, the Western Bay of Plenty District Council has actively supported the recent establishment of new men's sheds in Te Puke, Cadicat and Amokaroa. This Tauranga City long-term plan reflects a very different attitude towards community support. Council is proposing a 243% increase in our current rent. The increase is $31,748.94, including GST. In addition, the OPEX has just been summarily increased to $18,429 and includes an interesting unspecified amount of $7,159 for other. The valuations assessing village rentals are flawed, as the village is not commercial real estate but serves the Tauranga community in many non-commercial ways, and valuation should reflect that fact. What plans do the council have for our building? It is obvious that they want us gone, so implementing the long-term plan will ensure our departure. The uncertainty of tenure has caused considerable distress to our members. The long-term plan contradicts the council's own historic village strategic plan, which states continuing to support community organisations to recognise the role they play in providing valuable services to our community. Further, it is in apparent conflict with the Local Government Amendment Act 2019, Sections 10, 11 and 14. Section 10 particularly stipulates council should promote the social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being of communities in the present and the future.
1 minute left.
Finally, we respectfully request the Commissioners instruct Council staff to 1, reduce our rent to the 2020 level of $6,500 a year. 2, all future increase in our rent to be limited to the maximum of the government published annual inflation rate, to negotiate and agree with us on the proposed and future OPEX increases, and allow us to make minor building alterations at our cost to provide a separate lunchroom isolated from the dust and noise of the workshop in our premises. This is a health and safety issue. We thank you for your consideration and beg you for a supportive decision.
Thank you, Bryce. I don't think there's any doubt of the great work that the men's shed does, not just for the community, but also for the men that take part in it. Yeah. And thank you in your submission for acknowledging the considerable amount of capital that we put into the building to make it a safe place for that work to take place, because it wasn't safe before. The council had neglected it badly, and you were working amongst asbestos, which is even more dangerous than just...
We do acknowledge that and appreciate that. And
All right.
appreciate there's a cost to all that.
That's right, that's right. I'm
Anyway,
sure we
thank
can
you
work
very
it
much
out.
for your time. I do appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks, Bryce. Okay, John, where are you? John Robson? So 5 minutes, John. I'll give you a 1 minute warning.
Thanks, Anne. I think the last time I presented to an LTP situation, I was effectively functionally blind. It was before I had my cataract operations done, and I couldn't even find my phone to turn off my alarm. I biffed it down the hall. Look, thank you. This is probably the last time, as of right, I'll be able to address this governance team. So I thank the Special Consultative Procedure for giving me that. And like the previous speaker, I'd like to acknowledge Valentine's Day, and in that spirit, let's start by sharing a little bit of love. I really appreciate what you've done with regard to the commercial differential. As some people know, I was a major proponent of that. You pushed it further and faster than I could ever have done, I believe, with my elected peers, and I think it was the right thing to do. And I notice Matt Cowley, a former councillor, says that the business community have, if you like, agreed that it was the right thing to do. So that was good. And specifically, in terms of sharing the love on Valentine's Day, I'm sorry, I thought the rose thing might be a bit over the top, and you might have misinterpreted the thorns, but if we look at your latest comments in the public space, looking to central government for the funding that the city needs, I feel you've become, over the last 3 years, a kindred spirit, because they echoed the words almost exactly that I used in the council chamber in 2020. This city needs funding. What it doesn't need is sophistry around the concept of financing. We all know who has to pay in the end, and we need to make sure that funding is fair and equitable. So, in the spirit of sharing the love a little bit wider, I'd like to support some of the other people that have spoken at these hearings. The group from the incubator, I think they made a very good point. Barbara Cook, I believe it was earlier today, Sustainable Bay of Plenty Charitable Trust. I support the positions that they've advanced to you and throw what little weight I have formally behind those, if it helps. With regard to Sustainable Bay of Plenty Charitable Trust, one of the things I've always been keen on is transparency, and I suppose I should declare a conflict of interest. I support them. Personally, my partner is one of their trustees. And in that spirit, I'd like to sort of encourage all those people who come here asking for money, which is something that I never do. Invariably, I'm asking you to charge me more. Then I think some of the other people that have spoken to these hearings should have, if you like, been more transparent around their conflicts of interest. And here I'm thinking about people like Scott Adams, who was pitching for you guys to help Daddy out with regard to the significant sums he's invested over the years into Tumu. I think the public have a right to know who the beneficiaries of the largesse of council are, and who those people who advocate for largesse in certain directions what connections they may have. I think transparency is really important in politics. Lastly, and trying to stick within the 5 minutes, I think I'm looking forward to the upcoming election for no other reason, I think, and I'll give a reason why, that the only thing that you have to report to the community in your 200 words is effectively where you're from. And I think the fact that we don't have a governance team which lives and breathes and operates in this city is reflected in what the last speaker talked about. How could you get it so wrong? Although, to be fair again to you, Anne, and to end on a positive note, the fact that you have publicly conceded that with regard to the fees and charges, governance have got it wrong, the fact that you have publicly conceded that in this place is good, really good. Unfortunately, you're not going to be here long enough to put it right. One last point, I'd like to thank the marae for lunch. Manaakitanga is a wonderful thing. We've hosted some of you as governance here for a while. Your time is coming to an end. I wish you well. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Any questions? No? Thank you. Okay, Joel Coppins. Welcome, Joel.
Kia ora. Hello everyone, my name is Joel Coppins. I am the president of the Mount Mustangs Inline Hockey Club and chair of the Tauranga Roller Sports Collective. Thank you for having me. I trust that you've read our submission. I stand before you once again to reiterate the strong support for the inclusion of a multi-purpose indoor roller sports facility in our city's long-term plan. Tauranga, a vibrant and growing community, deserves a versatile space that caters to the needs of indoor roller sports enthusiasts, as well as other sports and community groups. Since our last submission in 2021, the Roller Sports Collective has been formed, uniting with a common goal to establish a rink in the city. Unfortunately, the impending decommissioning of Mount Sports Centre, the current facility where inline hockey train, coupled with no transition plan, only amplifies the urgency of our request. Our city's indoor network infrastructure currently lacks the capacity needed for hosting inline hockey games, national championship tournaments, other roller sports codes. The absence of a suitable facility not only hampers the growth of these sports, but also denies the residents the opportunity to engage in healthy and exciting activities. In collaboration with Sports Bay of Plenty, we've conducted an initial needs assessment, proposing a 50 by 30 metre multi-purpose facility that addresses the specific requirements for indoor roller sports while accommodating other activities such as basketball, volleyball and futsal. Investing in such facility not only meets the needs of roller sports enthusiasts, but it also transforms Tauranga into a hub of various sports and community groups. This in turn positively impacts our local economy by attracting visitors and participants from neighbouring regions. Now, as we seek your support, I bring to your attention a promising opportunity in the form of a commercial lease with Bay Venues Limited, of which we have been shortlisted. While details cannot be outlined here at this forum, we believe this opportunity holds significant potential. Additionally, we express our willingness to assist with other users struggling with space constraints within the current network. Your support is crucial for the success of this initiative, and we're committed to collaborating for the benefit of our community. We appreciate the opportunity to discuss further plans offline with the hope of securing the Council's support and contribution. Thank you for your consideration, and we eagerly await the chance to further engage in this important dialogue.
Thanks, Joel. So I've got two questions for you. First of all, the Mount Sports Facility. So we had them in yesterday talking about their plans. Have you not been involved in that redevelopment of that? Because I don't think, I'm not sure, I can't remember, it's not going to be pulled down completely, they're expanding it.
Expanding Mounts, okay. Yeah, no, I have not been involved in those discussions.
Right, okay.
However, yeah.
Okay, and and the other question I had really is has anyone, although it's early days, has anyone talked to you about the new Cameron Road facility and whether that can be used by you?
I believe there's been discussions on that, but we haven't been brought into that yet.
Okay, all right. Well, it is early days, I think.
Yep.
With that. Yep, shared.
Thank you. I think I remember you coming in the 21 long-term plan.
Yeah,
21,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly the same thing which you've presented today. And I think at the time I suggested having talked to staff about the use of that rink down in, you know, maybe as a transition in Memorial Park. I suppose my question to you is, ideally you would want it to be in an indoor facility, but does an outdoor facility still work for you?
It does. Obviously, but we are sort of, I think in the last plan we were sort of grouped with the outdoor skating, whereas such we're indoor facilities, you know, the roller derbies, the inline hockey, the dance, the discos and all that, right? So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anything, Bill? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hamish McMillan. Hamish. Welcome, Hamish. So you've got 5 minutes. I'll let you know when you've got 1 minute left.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Hamish McMillan. I'm here representing the Mount Maunganui Cricket Club. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. At the Mount Maunganui Cricket Club, we provide connection, physical health enhancement, mental health support, friendship, opportunities for social and mental growth, lessons in goal setting, resilience, strategy and communication for human beings across a range of ages, ethnicities, neurodiversity and genders. The vehicle we choose to provide these things is cricket. Through our junior and senior Saturday clubs and our midweek twilight competitions, we cater to over 1,000 active and engaged stakeholders, playing a crucial role in the physical and mental health outcomes of our community. As an organisation, we are fundamentally opposed to the proposed user pays charges, as we believe this will have significant, perhaps generational negative outcomes in the areas of community engagement, connection, and wider mental and physical health for our current and future stakeholders. The proposed level of charges is not only unsustainable in the long term, but rampantly unaffordable even now. On ground fees alone, these charges could have the unintended consequences of killing the club and many other clubs like ours across a range of sports. I can imagine that you are swimming in numbers now after several days of verbal submissions, but I'm going to bring you a few more that are specific to our club context. I'm assured you've read our submission prior to today's meetings. However, as a brief summary...
We've got it, all got it in front of us.
Great.
So.
As a brief summary, at the proposed levels, the user pay fees for ground usage, training and match fees for Mount Maunganui Cricket Club would be just under $100,000 per season. This is double, very nearly double, our current club revenue from all sources. Not a surplus, our income. In order to cover these new costs, subscriptions for Saturday members would rise from $225 per annum to $550. The cost to enter a twilight cricket team would rise from $600 per team to $2,700 per team. Saturday subscriptions more than double. Twilight subscriptions more than quadruple. In a community environment where the cost of living across the board is rapidly rising, We're all anecdotally already fast approaching a ceiling on our members' willingness to spend or willingness to pay. And this sentiment is reflected across community sports clubs throughout the Bay of Plenty based on conversations I've had with other sports administrators. If we increase our fees at the level suggested to cover the user pays charges in this long-term plan, we risk making sport in general and cricket specifically inaccessible. Although junior and school sport has been specifically carved out of the fee system, it is disingenuous to think that this stratospheric increase in costs won't, at least in part, be reflected in increased junior subscriptions as well, as clubs look for ways to increase revenue. Our initial submission has not even addressed the proposed increases to building rents and fees for use, as that is an ongoing discussion between this club, at least 2 previous councils, and this Board of Commissioners around clubhouse and other facilities. Having discussed the financial aspect of this, it is perhaps timely to question whether the provision of green recreational space is in fact a core responsibility of any city council.
1 minute.
I believe that to create a happy, healthy, connected city, councils must allow for the public health initiative that is community sport. TCC's vision for the city includes statements like belonging and kinship, strong and connected neighbourhoods. And I suspect that the role that community sport plays in achieving these ideals has been woefully underestimated and misunderstood. I would argue that due to the wider benefits to the community, that every resident is a user, either directly or indirectly, of the green spaces available in the city. Therefore, the current system of paying for these amenities through a rates charge is by far the fairest way to generate income to pay for the upkeep of these surfaces. All our members that live in the TCC catchment area, either as homeowners or renters, are already paying their share. In conclusion, this proposed user pays fee system creates very real doubt that cricket, and indeed all community sport, will remain a viable pastime, as the costs proposed are excessive, unjustified, ineffective, unaffordable and unsustainable.
Thank you very much. Can I just clarify, how much did you say a team pays?
So in our community twilight competition, which is run on mowing strips in the outfield with the boundaries marked with cones on that day, they pay $600 to enter that team for the season, which when broken down to a cost per player, per match, is pretty similar to what was paid at indoor cricket or for a game of futsal or something like that, at the current level. But to quadruple that...
and that would go to what?
2,700.
2,700, okay. So it's about $55. Well, it's 11 in a team, is that right?
8.
Oh, 8 in the twilight.
8 in a twilight team.
And your normal games, what's that looking like?
In what context? How many players? How long does it go for? Yeah, so
what
11 aside is on a Saturday context. 11 per side and on a full-sized oval with wickets that are, if grass, maintained by Rec Services or Bay Oval Trust, I think does Blake Park, and the artificial wickets that are around the place are a combination, I believe, of Council and Western Bay of Plenty funding.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I just didn't catch the sums.
It's okay, during the submission.
Thank you very much. Okay. Doug and Judith Priest. Ah, right. So 5 minutes, and I'll give you a heads up when you've got 1 minute left. It's all right, don't rush. I won't start till you sit down and start talking.
Thank you. Hot day. Good. Kia ora tātou. Good afternoon. I'm here in support of the submission from the Mean Shed. My husband is the treasurer for the Mean Shed, and I'm a chartered accountant, and I provide what you'd probably call casual accounting support to the shed. Tauranga Men's Shed rents a workshop and sheds on the western side of the historic village in 17th Ave, where they've been based since 2008. In 2020, the shed was paying rent of $942 a month, including GST. The rent was increased in 2021 to $1,090 per month. It is now proposed that the rent will be increased to $4,296, including GST per month from 1st of July. The shed's not registered for GST, so that's their actual cost. This would take the rent from the current level of $13,100 per year to $51,500 per year. On top of this, there's a charge for utilities, which is nearly doubled with effect from 1st of January. The proposed rent plus outgoings at the new rate of $1,535 a month will total around $70,000 per year, including GST. This level of rent is clearly unsustainable for them. Tauranga Men's Shed is a group of retired men, generally over 65 years of age, with some members into their 80s. The shed provides these men with peer support, a place to meet with other men, to socialise and to talk about their concerns and interests. Importantly, it also gives them a purpose and a structure to their days. They are able to make a contribution of skills and time to complete projects of value to the Tauranga community, and this gives them personal satisfaction and a feeling of self-worth. The men carry out a lot of small repair jobs which would otherwise be uneconomical or unaffordable. They repair items which might otherwise be discarded, and they recycle both timber and tools through the shed. Their efforts increase sustainability in the community. They make a range of wooden toys, bird feeders and other items which they sell in their shop, and they do a lot of work for free or at materials costs for schools, charities and people in need. They make rat traps for Enviro Hub BOP in lots of 700 to 1,000 at a time. They make water and creative play equipment for schools and kindies. Recent projects include computer slopes for breast cancer sufferers and build an installation of an access ramp for a disabled person at the request of the DHB. One of their very skilled members has recently made a new letterbox for the Elms, and you can go down and see it at the gate. It's beautiful. It's a scale replica of the Mission House, no cost to the Elms. They've developed and built fishing rod holders to enable severely disabled wheelchair users to fish independently. Those people are going out with Wish for Fish, a charity that takes disabled people fishing. So those are just a few examples of the great work that they do and the ways that they contribute to the well-being of the wider Tauranga community. Sales income for the shed in 23 was $49,000 and in 22 was $41,000. Additionally, they receive member subscriptions and some donations. The contribution they make to the Tauranga community is significant. Firstly, in providing a place for older men to meet and support each other. Secondly, in providing them with a purpose and the satisfaction that comes from making a contribution to their community. And thirdly, the very valuable work they do supports local people in need and numerous community organisations. All of this contributes to the well-being of the Tauranga community. In my personal and professional opinion, the proposed new rent of $51,500 per year is unaffordable for a charitable organisation comprised of older members. To be able to pay this level of rent, they would have to adopt a more commercial basis for their operations. This would be in conflict with their purpose and aims. These men are all retired, and although some may work part-time, none of them is looking to take on the commitment of what would effectively be a regular, if unpaid, job. If the proposed rent increase goes ahead, I believe it's likely that the shed will be forced to close. This will be a significant loss of amenity to the Tauranga community. I ask respectfully that Council reconsider the proposed rent increase. While you're busy with the business of building this city for the future, I urge you not to lose sight of the community at its heart.
Thank you, Judith. Any questions? No, thank you very much. Richard Coles.
Good afternoon. Some of you may recognise this, but I'm not Richard.
No.
So, Roger Foxy, I'm standing in on behalf of Richard. I work at Momentum Planning and Design. So I'll start with consultation topic 2.2, new targeted rates to fund local urban infrastructure, West Bethlehem and Pies Par West, specifically West Bethlehem. So I think it's best to start with an example. So our clients, Landhouse and RAC Group, own one of the largest undeveloped residential zone properties within the West Bethlehem area. This includes approximately 12 hectares of residential zone land, which is also within the Parel structure plan area. This land has been identified by council for a number of years as a future growth area and suitable for medium and high density housing. It is anticipated that when this site is developed, there will be an additional 120 to 140 dwellings and dwelling units. Additional housing is something that Tauranga desperately needs. We can all agree on that. Council states on page 37 of the consultation document that the new targeted rates and development contributions for the West Bethlehem and Pies Par West areas is to recover past DC shortfalls for infrastructure costs incurred by council. By targeting these specific areas for past shortfalls, the additional cost that will be applied to future development through the increased DCs and rates will put additional financial pressure on developing sites such as the one I've just referenced, thereby reducing housing supply rather than facilitating it. This increase is acute when you're dealing with a development of the size of the Lower Parel area. So DCs in the area are already expensive when comparative to other areas of the district. Further, is our view that the options 1 and 2 lack detail around how the DCs will be structured or the additional costs other than the total shortfall amount, 50% rate funded, 50% to be acquired via increased DC amounts, and also that it's to be scaled over a 30-year time frame. More detail is required on this aspect of the options. Understanding the likely economic effects of DCs and rates increases combined would also be advantageous. This cost increase may create another financial obstacle for sites zoned but yet to be developed within West Bethlehem that may have no planned council-funded capital work projects. Substantial developments have occurred in the West Bethlehem area, including the Bethlehem commercial area and at least 2 large retirement villages. A targeted rate may not be equitable when considering council's historic recovery of DC shortfalls being recovered through general rates. So, for those reasons, our view is that option 3 is a fairer method of recovering the historic DC shortfalls with no targeted rate and transfer reserve balances from development contributions funded debt to rates funded debt over 10 years, i.e. the status quo. In future, if there were to be changes to the capital projects within a catchment, then council should consider comprehensively the effects across the city. Moving to part 6, other topics for consideration. Item 1, city centre development incentives. Agree that incentives are a great method for incentivising commercial decisions to create new residential projects close to the city centre. Other options should also be considered, including mixed-use developments where part of the site may be for residential use and another part for commercial activity, an example being commercial on the ground floor, residential above. The recent city plan to Papa planning recommendations for increased height within the walkable catchments is a great initiative. Tauranga needs a thriving CBD, and if you have visited recently, you'll see the numerous for lease signs which are far too prevalent and would indicate that new incentives are required. This is a positive step in the right direction. Moving on, part 6, other topics for consideration. Item 2, smart trip variable road pricing. It would be beneficial to understand the effects of the Cameron Road upgrades pre and post congestion arising from this project before charging road users further. The costs of being located and doing business in the CBD for a small business should be considered. The increased OPEX costs are already substantial for small businesses. To establish tolls on existing road network that could result in excessive charging on Tauranga's businesses and also its citizens, particularly if there are no alternate routes that would be suitable for transport in a reasonable time. A very thorough review of the financial implications would be required before moving forward on this. Moving on, Part 9, Infrastructure Strategy. Consideration needs to be made to establish a capital work strategy for stormwater upgrades in the Te Papa catchment that will help maintain not just the current level of servicing, but also the planned intensive future growth for the peninsula. This should take into account climate-adjusted rainfall and stormwater events. I'm actually of the understanding that something has been prepared, but is it yet available to the public? I don't think it is.
I don't know. Is it? Is it available to the public? Have we completed it? The work on stormwater on the Te Papa Peninsula. There is we've done the mapping.
That which has been presented in the long-term plan, but the work continues.
Yeah.
So
it's not finalised?
Sorry?
Not finalised yet?
No,
Okay.
not finalised.
Right. Creating this key infrastructure will incentivise investment and build upon the compact city vision. This is urgently needed so Council can consider the physical infrastructure requirements when designing and planning for other projects and further intensification. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Yep, Bill.
Thanks, Roger. Just in terms of city centre development incentives, and you talk about mixed-use developments, etc. What in particular do you have in mind in that incentive space? Are you talking more from what's provided for in the planning regime, or more in terms of some type of financial incentive? I just want a bit more handle on that.
The planning regime, the status quo, because we now have it provides for further intensification recently with the Plan Change 27. Yep. So, and then also the further intensification rules that came out from central government. So I think it more is around financial and incentivising through either offsets for DCs or something financial related. Obviously car parking is a major that's come up recurringly. The changes to Cameron Road, whilst creating multimodal forms of transport, have reduced parking, which has been voiced by business owners as having an adverse effect on their business. So parking that aside, I think it would be more around financial incentives for development and developers.
Thank you.
Sure.
Something's popped in my head. So in terms of the West Bethlehem, your concern is the additional charge that will be passed on to onto new homes on top of their existing rates. That's your...
Well, so if we're talking, are we talking existing developed sites or proposed further development?
Yeah, so your concern is about the new sites or new development that might occur, also
yes.
charge the additional targeted rate.
Yeah, we have concerns that if there is to be a targeted rate, and I understand it's targeted in these areas because that's where the infrastructure is and therefore those people are getting benefits from it. However, if there is further cost on what is already, comparative to the rest of New Zealand, a very high DC structure, cost-wise, this puts further restrictions or disincentivises through cost further development of sites within both West Bethlehem and Pies Par West. And it's for those reasons that there is concerns. And we're not talking about a two-lot subdivision here, we're talking about 130, 140. And that it might further restrict supply of housing to Tauranga, which it desperately needs.
And is there a timeline for that land coming to?
The owners would like the timeline to be very short. So we are in the early stages as far as preparing the site, earthworks, preparation for future housing. So yes, it's underway.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Laura Atkins. Welcome, Laura. You've got 5 minutes. I'll give you a heads up when you've got 1 minute left.
Oh, I see. Yes, okay. Yes. So, tēnā koutou, kia ora katoa, ko tuku ingoa Laura.
I am concerned with the proposed increased leasing fee in regards to the Ultamaito Railway Gardens. What would be a significant increase means it simply makes it unaffordable. Given the maintenance, equipment servicing, arbour care, mowing, petrol, plot and structural repair and the insurance that the committee have to oversee. We have a diverse range of gardeners of all ages, experiences and cultures. The gardens are, as a community area, are used and enjoyed by walkers, picnickers, daycare centres, neurodiverse people, visitors and tourists. I personally have spoken to people from Canada, Sweden, USA, Sri Lanka, China, Japan and the UK. Our interactions are always positive, a time for sharing ideas and learning, making contact with culture and traditional ways of doing things. Just from personal experience down in the garden, I've had a person drive down the driveway, see me as a gardener there, I was the only gardener there, and come racing over and start in conversation. They were quite upset about what they were talking about, and it was nothing to do with gardening or anything to do with me, but it was just somebody to talk to. So it makes me feel that, you know, we've still got this social isolation and people are lonely, and so it's a nice place to connect with people that they must feel are friendly. I've had interactions with children. A young mother with a young child coming down to ask if she could help with weeding in the garden, and I say yes, and so you leave your plot and go and assist with them and show them, you know, what they can do to help out and help the little 3-year-old with wheelbarrow, weeds, hosing the garden. It was quite fun, and definitely the child had a lot of fun and the mother was very appreciative. I've had mothers come down, like myself, who have lost a loved one, and just the memories that it brings up being in the garden. And this particular day, the lady told me that she comes down to see our sweet peas because she loves the scent. It reminds her of her mother and her garden of sweet peas. It's therapeutic. In the past, we've had people with illnesses come and work in the gardens on their plots, and it's helped them with their recovery. Also, we are part of the arts garden festivals that happen every 2 years. That's really quite a fun event, and we just volunteer our time and we're there from whatever time it is to the end of the day that the Garden Fest runs, and people from all over New Zealand come to the Garden Fest and they come and see our gardens, and it's just lovely, and we make a real point of, you know, lots of flowers and things there for everyone to see. The cherry blossom time, as you know, the council, you've got cherry blossom trees down there, and a lot of participation from the Asian community. They love the cherry blossoms, and everyone else, taking photos, and then they come and sit in the gardens or walk around the gardens, and I've been there when that's happening and there's picnics happening, and they come and natter to you. Given the higher cost of living that impacts lower income people in particular, the smaller house sections and rentals with gardening restrictions and increasing housing density encouraged by government and council, community gardens will become more vital. Gardening at the Ultamaito Railway Gardens benefits my mental health by reducing stress and gives me a sense of engagement and purpose. It has provided an affordable way to access organic vegetables, because I like to organically grow my vegetables, for my whānau and share them with others, which I do. You might be talking to a stranger down there and you're harvesting your carrots, for instance, the other day, and so you give them a couple of carrots. Sorry, I got nervous. In conclusion, just think of a child living in a high-rise flat. Their parents come down to the garden, and I've witnessed this. The father's come down. I don't know if he lives in a high-rise garden, but he's showing the child round the garden.
You've got 1 minute.
1 minute. How things can grow, insects, bees, pollination, all those joyful things to share with your children. We have a lot of monarch butterflies because we grow the can't think of the plant, just yeah, the swan plant, yes, and that brings a lot of delight to the children. And, you know, we get groups of kindergarten kids come down and, you know, one instant a child come running up to me, oh, there's a gardener, and then all the other children follow and want to know what you're doing. And I actually found a worm, and they hold out a worm to them. Those little things, they just mean a lot. In conclusion, to a study done by Otago University Medical School about the well-being of participating in ecological restoration and community gardens initiatives, that shows positive benefits for the gardeners and the community. And this is a conclusion that I found. It was 2011, but I think it is very relevant to today.
Thank you very much. We've had a couple of speakers. I think we had some from the committee that runs the gardens in last night.
Yes, I'm on the committee, yeah.
Right, so there are a couple of issues as well that they've raised with us around the bill, the shed.
Yes,
and the
all
insurance.
those things.
So we'll be following up on that, and we're certainly having another look at the leases. And
that would be lovely. Yeah, I've just come from that perspective of what the gardens mean to our community.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you. David Marshall from Grey Power Association. Hello.
Kia ora, Commissioners and Council staff. I'm speaking on behalf of our local Grey Power Association, and we have very genuine concerns about the proposed significant increase in user fees proposed for non-profit organisations located at the historic village. And we see that Tauranga has been a leader among New Zealand councils to adopt the age-friendly city initiative, and as well as creating a unique environment at the historic village to foster the arts and support numerous community not-for-profits. However, we see that these proposals to significantly increase our licence to occupy is devastating for our organisation that exists to serve our older community. We receive no government, charity or council funding and are totally dependent on the subs of our members, most of whom are retirees on fixed incomes. They're already facing significant cost of living increases, including rate increases well above the CPI if they live here in Tauranga. Like many not-for-profits post-COVID, financial viability has been challenged, and significant increases in costs can be pretty devastating for long-term survival. In 2022, we were reluctantly moved from our excellent Main Street location in the village after over 12 years tenancy to make way for commercial tenants. We were offered a larger, which we didn't need, but more expensive office at the front of the village facing the road. The number of people who now drop in to our office has declined to a trickle compared to what it used to be in the main street. Our rent has increased by 15% since the move, and what was really tough was that the initial letter we received about the proposed increases contained so many calculation errors and statements that were incorrect that initially we saw we were facing a 70% increase, which was pretty devastating for our committee. By chasing everything up in January, we got a corrected offer, which still shows that we face a 36% increase, which we still find pretty unsustainable for us. What is really frustrating as well is that we were moved away from the main street for commercial tenants and have given up virtually all our foot traffic, yet our current offers has been classified as high quality space in a high traffic area, attracting the highest rating band. And this is just ludicrous. We've lost our foot traffic basically because of where we've gone to. Yes, it is a nice quality, but we didn't have many options of what we had to do to make way for commercial tenants. So that's where we find it challenging. And it really appears that the huge increase we're facing is due to recent village developments that have little relevance to the services that we offer or that we would utilise, yet it appears that the not-for-profits are having to carry the development of the commercial sector and unexpected budget blowouts. So we're seeking a more compassionate resolution for not-for-profits such as ourselves in the village, with perhaps either a higher percentage discount for not-for-profits to better reflect their value to the community and enable them to remain in the village, or perhaps a higher cost allocation to commercial operations within the village who'll benefit from the expenditure that's been spent recently. So thank you.
Thanks very much. It's just on a minute to go. Any questions? Any questions? Yep. Thank you very much. Okay, Liz Cooper. No, it's already on. You don't need to worry about that. But I'll give you a heads up when you've got 1 minute.
Ko Liz Cooper, aho. It is me this time. I know my name came up on Monday, but that was from my work with Font, and it was actually our trustees who spoke to you. So as I think I've met many of the commissioners before, and I think you know that I'm a freelance arts professional. Today I'm speaking primarily about the creative sector in Tauranga, because that's where I work, and in support of, but not on behalf of, several organisations with whom I work or connect with. So obviously Font Public Art Trust, but also Creative Bay of Plenty, the Incubator and its many tenants and partners, and Tauranga Art Gallery. I'm speaking only for myself, but my views are of course shaped by my work with these organisations and with the creative sector as a whole. In May 2022, I spoke at the LTP hearings in this same beautiful building around the plan for the civic precinct, Te Manuataki o Te Papa, and how I believed its design was going to provide a range of flexible structures and service and spaces to enable the widest range of cultural activity. And my belief was that it would embed a concept of kotahitanga, or unity, at the centre of our city, a place for everyone to be together, to support each other and to celebrate our lives and our stories. So I mentioned this, the precinct is some way off now, but in the meantime, the creative sector is still here and leads on storytelling and celebrating our diverse lives, as it has always done, regardless of whatever structures and spaces are inhabited and provided. And like the Tauranga Art Gallery team, I believe, and I quote from them, a thriving art community will greatly enhance Council's efforts to stimulate growth in the city centre and throughout the region, leading to a vibrant city for years to come. I love that quote. And again, repeat a fact that's come up before, which is that Bay of Plenty, Tauranga is our 5th biggest city, but Bay of Plenty is the 6th biggest region in the whole of the country in terms of the number of people who work in the creative sector. So, you know, it's big and it's important. It contributes a lot to the economy. We have fantastic artists, designers, weavers, carvers, potters, musicians, performers, filmmakers, writers, curators, educators, and arts administrators. And I believe that I am truly privileged to work with many of them. Creatives are used to working with limited resources in skillful and innovative ways. The old-fashioned Kiwi can-do spirit is alive and well in our sector, with many giving their time, labour and ideas way beyond expectations. But we can't operate permanently out of garages and spare bedrooms and rely only on the goodwill of others. As we build physical and financial infrastructure to support the arts, we create opportunities for our unique culture to be expressed across the land and sea of our region. Other presenters have been far more eloquent about the way that the arts impact on the quality of life, and there have been some great examples and some really moving speeches. I had COVID, so I couldn't be present on Monday in person, but I was following the live stream, and yeah, it was fabulous. I'd also like to pay tribute to the impressive testimonies of those many, many presenters who are running sports and leisure clubs and facilities, the Otamoto gardeners, the woodcarvers, everybody like that. These people who are using their own creativity and passion to stretch minuscule budgets and provide opportunities for physical and mental well-being, and I support the many calls that they're making. Although I've worked in the arts for over 2 decades, my first career was in financial services as a project manager, and I know the importance of a balanced budget. Tauranga City may not have limitless reserves, but equally it is not impoverished, and there are many wealthy citizens and organisations across our beautiful landscape. I implore those who govern us to look at funding sources carefully to help our innovative and very hard-working creative sector to thrive and expand. I encourage our city leaders to use creativity themselves around how money is earned and spent in the city to support our creative sector and the wider well-being of our residents and our visitors. Specifically, I ask that you please sustain, thank you Anne, that you please sustain delivery of the public art framework, that you please provide continued and enhanced support for important and groundbreaking arts organisations, especially Creative Bay of Plenty, the Incubator and Tauranga Art Gallery. Please revisit the policy decisions about rent and OPEX for the historic village tenants and for many other leisure services tenants and users across the city. What's being proposed at the moment will make tenancies and operations unviable, and if the culture and leisure centres of the city are impacted, so is its heart, its soul, and its very vitality and identity. Thank you. Ngā mihi nui.
Thanks Liz. Any questions? No? Thank you very much. Callum Duncanson. Welcome. So you've got 5 minutes, Callum, and I'll give you a heads up when you've got 1 minute left.
Great, I think I'll be bang on.
Help with your timing.
Thank you, Commissioners, Council staff. Targeted rate. I support option 3 and oppose option 1 and 2. In support of my submission 1364 before you, it is unfair to apply any targeted rate over land that has not yet been developed or has paid its correct DCs. The proposed option 1 listed inaccurate or short on truth advantages. Example, targets those areas that have historically given rise to the backlog. It also targets yet to be developed land that has and will not be responsible for the backlog. Quote, charges those areas where there has been an undercharging of DCs. It proposes also charging those areas that have not been undercharged. Option 1 does acknowledge in the disadvantages that some ratepayers who have developed recently will pay a high DC and targeted rate under this option. It fails to mention those who are yet to develop, and no option 4 is given that would separate out this group. The Council and Government are ultimately responsible for the shortfall, and all ratepayers are equally a part of that. Assuming it is not possible to recoup this shortfall from past developers of the benefiting land, you could debate whether it is appropriate to get some of the current owners of this developed land to contribute on this basis, and that they may have benefited by a cheaper purchase price. Regardless of the outcome of that discussion, including undeveloped land in the area is nonsense. While there could be an area for charging fees or areas for other things, clearly the area for this targeted rates and undercharging is the land that it benefits. The proof here is considering the inverse, in that if those developed areas had grossly overpaid, and all the homes are sold, would the pile of cash be kept by all ratepayers, returned to the original developer, paid to the current homeowners? But it certainly would not be any of that money would be paid to the owners of undeveloped land, because they haven't contributed anything. And they would have paid the correct lower DC. I think it would be laughable if, as the owner of the undeveloped land, I'd ask for a share of that money, even that I had made no contribution to, even though I might share a pipe or were in that area. Laws are based around the land is the land is the land. Therefore, this misconstrued proposal of option 1 is challengeable. Being in the area does not link undeveloped land to the undercharging, either by cause or benefit. And given the absence of option 4, only option 3 is fair. Thank you.
Alan, so is your objection to the undeveloped land paying the backlog? Because as you know, if DCs are overpaid, they have to be paid back. The legislation doesn't allow you to go back and get a second lot if they're underpaid. So is it the undeveloped land that you're objecting to?
Yes.
Not the principle of going back and trying to get those extra costs repaid?
It's linking, just because we're in that area, the area, it could be any area you decide, it could be the area that was, those fees we looked at the start, it could be the post park, it could be, so the land is the land, that there is, the undeveloped land in the area, there's no more link to that, the cause or the benefit of that undercharging than any other land in the whole of Tauranga.
Okay, and you don't think the 50% discount?
I think the, I see in other cases, I think sometimes splitting things or spreading them out over a long period of time is just a way of social engineering that actually disadvantages the public, rather than if they said, here's an actual big bill, and they'd actually debate, hang on, is this fair or not? So no, I would end up having to, and my neighbours that haven't developed yet, we'd end up paying the correct DCs. We'd end up paying 3 times. We'd pay the general targeted part, and we'd pay for the neighbour. So in essence, even if you were to charge the developed land the 50%, that land would have still underpaid, and we would overpay. And for that reason, it would be unfair and discourage development at all. So,
all right, fair enough. Any questions? The planners? Yeah, right? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Cheers.
Digby Green. Hello.
I've got an apology to make. Hello.
Yes.
Thank you for putting this on. It's the first time I've been somewhere like this. I'm just a local ratepayer. Yeah. My apologies, I've forgotten what my submission was. Do you have a copy of it?
We do have a copy of it. So if I have a look at it, you don't support selling the car parks,
yes.
The car parking buildings.
Yes.
You say that private operators are like rapacious wolves,
yes.
and abuse their position.
Did I say
so
that?
So you said that, yes, it was very eloquent. And you talked more about building more car parks and free car parks.
Yes.
Does that help you?
Yes. Okay. Yes, so thanks very much, Anne. I've been in Tauranga since I was 15. As you can see, I'm a little bit older than that now, so I've been here a long time. When I was young, Tauranga had 24,000 people.
Yeah.
And I thought it was too small, it was very boring, wasn't much happening, because I was in the entertainment business. And it's got bigger and bigger, and now it's got too big, and you're encouraging too many people to come with the size of our roads. And my main concern is that you've just destroyed our city. Every council for the last 30, 40 years has revamped downtown, Willow Street, the Strand, and you've just destroyed it. I took some photos the other day of the empty buildings, and you'd be astounded how many buildings are empty.
No, I wouldn't. We were amazed when we arrived at how many buildings were
Yeah,
empty.
and what you're doing now is making it worse, because I've spoken to real estate people, and they say they're getting no inquiries. Who would want to rent a building downtown where there's no foot traffic? Denport Road's dead, you've killed all the car parks, and not only that, but you've destroyed the landlords that own those buildings. How are they going to pay their mortgage and their rates? It doesn't affect me, but so they're going to close down, so you'll have a ghost town, and you've done the same to Cameron Road. You've just, okay, it looks very nice, all the roads and the footpaths, which are far too big, they're wider than most main highways, and all the businesses along there, they've got no foot traffic, there's no car parking. There's one car park where there used to be 4 or 5. So I just wonder how you can sleep at night and how you can approve a long-term plan when the council's being replaced in July. What gives you the right to do that?
The government. The government appointed us to do exactly that.
Yep.
Both the 2021 and then the 2024 long-term plans, because previous council, in the government's judgment, was incapable of putting together a 10-year plan. They were too busy fighting with one another.
Yeah.
That's the government's choice, so that's what we're doing. We do what we're told.
I mean, I agree you've got on and done some things, and people always complain about the irresponsible, and maybe you should have said to the government, we'll leave it to the new council. It's only July, it's only 3 or 4 months away.
All right. Anything else?
No,
Anything else?
no, that's probably enough. I'd only get upset.
Well, I think you typify many of the people that we found when we came here, that growth had simply overwhelmed the city. In fact, the city's population has doubled since the year 2000. And you've got to manage growth, you've got to invest in it. We can't stop it. People say, you've got to stop growth. We can't stop it. It's happening. 4,000 people approximately move here every year.
Yeah.
And so that's why the government put a commission in place to try and get this city back on track, managing growth, investing in it, and trying to protect the quality of life for people like yourself that have lived here all your lives in this magic place.
Well, I live out Greater Maribel Way,
Greta, yep.
and from 4 o'clock till 6 o'clock it's deadlock along Cameron Road.
Yeah.
You're just moving, you can walk faster.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you're saying it's 4,000, I mean, I agree, more people are coming, it's just going to get worse and worse.
Yes.
So why are you making Cameron Road a 2-lane goat track? It should be 3 lanes, overpasses, underpasses, bridges, be progressive like some other cities like Manila. The 15th Avenue is another gridlock area, and I know there's problems there where you can't work in with land transport because they own the
We're
the main
getting
road.
there. We are getting there.
Yeah,
15th
but-
Ave will join up.
Yeah, why has that taken 4 or 5 years or 20 years?
That's right. That's the question, isn't it?
Okay.
All right. Thank
Thanks.
you very much. Thanks for
Thanks,
coming
everyone.
in. Ileana Peters? Did I pronounce that correctly? Gosh, this looks exciting. Thank you very much. So when you're ready, you've got 5 minutes, and I'll let you know when you've got 1 minute to go. All right?
I'm Eliana Peters. I go to Otamotai Primary and my friends live in Otamotai. I want to be able to ride to school, town and to my friend's house. Some roads are good, some are hard and some are dangerous. I would like more good bike roads so I can ride around Otamotai. I'd like safer footpaths, extra crossings, safe hills. I have ridden on roads around my school to see which ones are good and which feel bad. I have a picture of a good road and a map and a table. skid roads, footpaths away from the roads, wide roads for cars, not many cars on the roads, flat and easy tires to ride on. Flat and easy to ride on. There are places to cross the road. There are safe sides, no walls or places to fall. People can see kids if they get in trouble. This is my table. So the green ticks are where it's good, and the white spaces is where it's okay, and the light green is where it's half. And I have a map. This is where my house is, and this is my school. The green roads are okay. The green roads are good, the yellow are okay, and the orange are bad.
You've done a lot of work, haven't you? Thank you so much. That's really interesting. It's really helpful to us, especially this bit where you've gone around all those individual roads. Really appreciate that. And you've only taken a minute. You got another whole 4 minutes. Do you want me to ask you a whole lot of questions?
No?
We won't do that to you. We won't do that to you. Thank you very much. I think you've made the best presentation we've had today, maybe in the last couple of days. If a few more like that, it'd be quite helpful. Okay, Tanya Tress. That's a hard act to follow, Tanya. She's here. Come on up. You'll try your best.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou e hui mai nei raru i te tuanui o tō tātou whare. Tuatahi ake kia koutou o roto mai ngai tamawhārua, ngai tamarawaho, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for having us in this illustrious house today. Beautiful carved house. We're here representing the interests of the historic village and the tenants that live within it. And we're here to talk to you about our plight with some of the progress or process that's come as a result of your long-term plan. So imagine a community devoid of cultural connection, a world where diversity is merely a concept and an understanding between people is scarce. It's a world that lacks vibrancy, depth and understanding today, and I sit here before you to emphasise the critical importance of cultural connection in our society and more specifically in our village. Cultural connection is the thread that weaves together the fabric of humanity. It transcends borders, languages and ideologies, fostering empathy, respect and appreciation for one another's heritage and traditions. We embrace cultural connection and we open doors to new perspectives, ideas and ways of life. This is what we provide in all of our space at the historic village. And it's concerning to us that we may not be able to provide these services, these critical services to our most vulnerable people in our community. We are a learning hub, we are a cultural hub, we are a well-being hub or a well-being quarter of our town. Some of our most vulnerable and those that sit in our cultural spaces, particularly around Pacifica and Māori, traverse these spaces and have done so for a very long time. I spoke a little bit about mana whenua assertion in that space and I continue to talk about that again here. Mana whenua is something that we provide to everyone that traverses our space. Moreover, cultural connection fuels innovation and creativity when people from diverse backgrounds come together. They bring with them a wealth of ideas, perspectives and insights by collaborating and exchanging knowledge. We can tackle complex challenges and drive progress in ways that would not be possible in isolation. It's through cultural connection that we unlock the full potential of human creativity. The historic village has always been that and will continue to be that. The gifting of that whenua was for the very purposes by which all of us that are sitting here have been placed there, to offer well-being and comfort, safety and security to the members of our community and to the members that traverse our spaces. I'd now like to hand this time over to you, Shirley.
Right, so ko Shirley McComb toka wingawa, ko aho te kai whakahaere by Financial Mentors to Awhinoa. The last part of that name, to Awhinoa, is something that we developed in consultation with the kaumātua in our area, and it's about that mutual support and understanding of each other without end. When the spatial plan, the 220 to 250 spatial plan of the Te Papa Peninsula was released in September 2020, it talked about the very unique nature of the people that live there, quite different from the rest of Tauranga. It talked about the high percentage of Māori and Pacifica families, the percentage of migrant families that settle in our area. It talked about the amount of social housing, the older members of our community that we support. It talked about people living with poor mental health and with disability. And what the plan said quite clearly was that we need a community facility, and these are the words, that gives opportunity for inclusiveness, social interaction, learning and recreation. That's exactly what the village does. We're at a time when people are more isolated and disenfranchised in our community than they've ever been. They're people who have become isolated because of COVID. They've become isolated because the cost of petrol has become so high.
1 minute left.
Oh, sorry. And restricted by their ability to interact in our community. The village is not a place that you can make commercially viable. The idea of social service and commercial viability are diametrically opposed. You can take your services that provide events and build income that you can feed back into social service to sustain it, and that's a model that a lot of social service organisations use. But you can't do it the other way. You can't ask social service to try and prop up a facility that's not profitable. It's against the papa of everything that the land was gifted for. So our village is a place that supports people to celebrate who they are and where they come from. Waitangi Day, Pōwhiri for new migrants, Diwali, Trans Pride. It's a place where people feel safe. And if these changes come in, that will destroy the village, and it will fragment the services across Tauranga, and the place where people come to feel safe will no longer exist.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions? No. No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tēnā koutou.
Very well done.
Thank you.
Dennis Robbins.
Thank you. I'm sort of following on a little bit there. I wanted to talk, I'm a member of the Men's Shed, and I wanted to make crystal clear to be sure that you understand what we do. We are not a bunch of old men drinking tea, making toys for our grandchildren. That's not what we do. We support our community. We repair, we make for organisations and people who can't afford to get their things made anywhere else. We have a book here. I thought I'd bring this in. The other guys don't know I nicked it yesterday. This is our book where jobs come in. In the last couple of years, we've had 1,500 in this book, 1,500 jobs of people walking into our shed. Like last week, 2 jewellery boxes. I would have put them in the skip, but they were precious to someone. I fixed them. We got a cake. Other times it will be something like 10 easels for an art society. They can't afford to buy them commercially, so we make them out of recycled stuff. That's what we do. So 1,500 in the last couple of years, and that does not include the ones that are brought to the shed in different ways, like the thousands of rat traps okay? Things like that have been brought in other ways. So I'm not on about what the council can do for us, like giving us a place to have a chat or anything like that. It's what we are doing for our community. These people cannot get their furniture, their dining chairs fixed anywhere else at anywhere near a price that they can afford. So it either gets fixed by us or it goes in the skip and goes to landfill. So an enormous amount of stuff, probably most of those 1,500 jobs, there would have been things going to the landfill if we were not there to take up this slack. Okay? So recycling, we recycle just about everything that comes into our shed. Firms know we exist. They bring their scrap bits of wood, scrap bits of this. We do not take on jobs that would compete with any firm. So the firms will, a joinery factory might be approached to fix a chair, they'll say no, go to the men's shed. If we're not there, I don't know who is going to do this recycling. The most important thing we recycle is old men. 50 years on average probably of experience, knowledge, and we give it to our community for nothing. We charge nothing for our time. Yes, we get a cup of tea or coffee and a chat, but that's all we get out of it, and our community gets so much. So please, please support us. Don't knock us down, build us up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't think there's any doubt that we support you. We've put quite a lot of money into making sure that you've got a good, safe, healthy place to work in.
And we'd
So
like to keep it.
We'll certainly have a look.
We definitely feel threatened.
Understand that, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Kelvin Jones from Bay Oval. I think I brought this. Hi, Kelvin.
Hi there.
Very successful test, well done. Grounds look magnificent. Lots of comments about how well the grounds are presented. And of course, great pictures on television. Fabulous for the Bay.
Thank you. I think you've just made my submission.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
leave it there. Thank you. Look, I won't go into the details of my submission, the specifics, but just to say that the Bay Oval's obviously had another very busy summer and completing a record-breaking 12 months. Following on from last summer's English Test match with 24,000 tickets sold that included the fanatical Barmy Army and leaving behind a benefit to the city, a net benefit to the city of $1.9 million. This summer we've had 2 T20 Black Caps matches, the Black Clash with over 1.1 million domestic TV viewers, culminating in the recent South African Test match, as you say. All these matches feature on free-to-air TV to a significant international and local audience. Over the last 12 months, nearly 50,000 spectators have visited the Bay Oval. The Oval has also enabled Tauranga to participate in the Football Women's World Cup as the Netherlands training venue last winter. We also maintain our role as the base for the Ames Games. Disappointingly, we missed out on hosting a test match against Australia. Wellington and Christchurch will host sell-out test matches against our nearest foe in a few weeks. These cities grasp the opportunities to feature in prime time in New Zealand's largest tourist market. Ultimately, we missed out not because our venue was inferior, but because the net cost of a match at the Bay Oval was significantly more than these other cities. Our pavilion project is underway. The blocks are now up to basement height, and undoubtedly this has been the most difficult Bay Oval component to fund. With the decision pre-COVID to push ahead with the build, costs have continued to move away from us while fundraising has become more competitive in that time. The extent to which we can complete the building will very much depend on our ability to fill our immediate shortfall. The aim is to complete the pavilion in time to potentially host England's return in November and December this year. We also look forward to being part of the Cricket World Cup in 2028. which New Zealand will host with Australia. We also continue to be much more than a cricket ground, and certainly strive to. We are working with TCC on the feasibility of hosting concerts, and will shortly look to lodge a resource consent application to allow this. Geographically, the Bay Oval sits as an oasis in council tsunami maps with large embankments, high towers, generator power. It seems logical that its potential as an emergency safe zone should be further explored. Our turf management expertise are also second to none in the city. This is an untapped resource. The Bay Oval could and should be seen as much more than a cricket ground, and additional resourcing will leverage that potential. Thank you.
Thanks, Calvin. Any questions for Calvin? No? Yep.
Calvin, just in terms of your submission, you talk about the shortfall against the construction contract and then the shortfall to full completion, which is about just over another million. I just wondered, what's the full completion, or what's envisaged in the full completion against what's been under construction?
So we have a contract now that we've removed everything that we can possibly that's not nailed down. So fit out of kitchens, fit out of bars, all of those sorts of things. No fit out to the basement. So it's in essence a usable shell. Certainly the upstairs is. Yep. Yeah. It's certainly not our desire. The building doesn't really serve its purpose for doing that. You know, a lot of the reason for doing this is to help our revenue as well. And if we don't complete kitchens and all of those things, we just can't get there. The challenge for us was we were losing, or potentially about to lose, a lot of funding. We've sat on a lotteries grants board grant for a number of years that we had a lot of pressure on that to spend gaming funding. So for us, it was a case of we either get started and take a punt. And to be fair, it's not the first project we've started at the Bay Oval without all the money, or we never do it, frankly. So that was the view the trustees took.
No, thank you for that.
Anything else? Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Pete Roden from the Cambridge Pump Society.
Kia ora. My name's Pete, and I'd like to point out I'm a volunteer. I've been involved with building trails since 1990, starting with Raeroa, then Oropi, then Summerhill, and on to pump tracks. We've recently completed the pump track at Arataki, and prior to that in Papamoa. Specifically now we're looking at Tauranga region. On this side of the bridge, a strong demand in community for further of pump tracks. Pump tracks are a simple way for anyone with wheels to get out and have some exercise. So from our rangatahi to even myself, who are well into my 60s, these facilities are open to all. Currently we're looking at Cambridge Park to sister along with the current BMX track, and we believe in time pump will become a whole new level of international cycling. Simple enough, from skateboards through to bicycles, all things with wheels. I've been working with TCC for 1.5 years to get some progress on the Cambridge Park, but there are also many options in and around Tauranga that at some point we would like to have some way forward and get further pump tracks completed. We are now, as a city, one of the few with a national level pump facility, and I'd like us to catch up and let's get our kids and let's get our adults out there on a day-to-day basis in a public facility and keep everybody active as possible.
Thanks, Pete. I'm sorry if I was distracted. I was just trying to find your submission because I've got the same number as another submission. I apologise for that.
I do have a copy here if you...
Could you, yeah, can you make that available to us? Thank you. I do recall reading it, but I haven't got it with me. Thank you. Right. Okay. So any questions for Pete?
Just in terms of the discussions with staff, so where is that at the present time in terms of your engagement with
So
TCC staff?
2 years ago we engaged with TCC and mooted Cambridge Park, add to the facility which is currently the BMX club, and it is also obviously on an existing landfill site. At that stage we managed to move it forward to the trees were cut, the stumps were removed, the site was scraped, and that brought us to this time last year, or in fact January, where some different members of the council picked up the lead. We had a meeting and we have achieved absolutely nothing in the last 13 months.
Is there an obstacle because it's a dump site? Because I remember we had some people came wanting to plant trees there, and because it's a closed dump site, we can't disturb the top. But we'll follow up and find out what's happened.
So I'm fully aware of the requirements there. We need 1 metre cap of clay above existing surface in areas that is now no longer the case because it's had many years of settling. In part, bringing an area to level would then ensure the cap is better than a metre. One of my key points with the group I'm working with is there's a lot of earth moving right next to that with the new expressway, and I was at the track last night looking at the tons and tons of clay being moved around. I was a bit tempted to say, could you guys fill in that hole over there? And we'll beg for forgiveness, shall we? So I think there's possibilities there, but in the end it's about keeping our community active in a public sense as opposed to a private sense.
Yeah. Okay, look, thank you very much. Cambridge Park has been in our discussions for a while for a whole lot of other reasons. But really appreciate you coming and talking to us, and we'll follow up.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, I was looking at a petition. It's not quite right. Mark Divehall from Papamoa Cricket Club.
Afternoon, everyone.
Hi, Mark, you've got 5 minutes, and I'll give you a warning when you've got one left.
Thank you. I sit before you today as a representative of Papamoa Cricket Club. Established in 2017, our club has been instrumental in creating a sense of community and providing access to organised sport in Papamoa. The club was established to meet an increasing demand for cricket in one of the fastest growing suburbs in the area. We've become one of the largest cricket clubs in the Bay of Plenty region, serving a critical role in connecting diverse individuals and promoting a sense of community belonging. The proposed user fees and charges for sports fields directly threaten the core of community sport and our ability to provide accessible organised cricket. I'd like to draw brief attention to the historical context of the Alice Johnson Oval where we're situated. Informally gifted for passive recreation in 1982 with the family's vision of developing it into a cricket oval. The proposed fees, user fees on this land run counter to the intentions of the Johnson family with their desire to have this utilised as a cricket venue. Should these fees be implemented, that vision will be eroded. If these proposed costs are implemented, not only will it lead to the rapid decline in senior cricket numbers, not only in cricket but other sports, will have a cascading effect on our youth and junior competitions with the lack of coaches, volunteers and overall community engagement. When Tauranga City Council's vision for the city includes statements like belonging and kinship, building and connecting neighbourhoods, by implementing these proposed costs, not only will you impede the growth of a vibrant, connected community, but you'll also contribute to broader issues related to the mental health and well-being of our communities. In conclusion, as a club, we strongly oppose the current proposal. The proposed changes not only jeopardise the future of cricket in Papamoa, but also contradict the principles of fostering an active, connected society. Papamoa Cricket Club has successfully created access to cricket for the local community since 2017, and the proposed user fees undermine the very essence of all community cricket in this area. We urge Tauranga City Council to reconsider the proposed fees, take the time to truly understand the users and the costs associated with each sport, and come up with a more suitable solution. Thank you.
Any questions? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
Alex Hatwell from Tauranga City Trident's American Football Club. Good Super Bowl.
Yeah, it was. I'm not much of a Chiefs fan though, so.
And I think everyone was hoping the underdog.
So, yeah. If you thought that was exciting, you should come and watch some Tridents football.
Is that right? Okay, you got. You've got 5 minutes, and I'll give you a heads up when you've got a minute left.
Thank you. I'm Alex Atwell, and this is my brother Sean. We're respectively the President and Secretary of the Tauranga City Tridents American Football Club. We established the club in 2021 with a view to bringing football back to Tauranga for the first time in 20 odd years.
Okay.
We're obviously speaking today in regards to our submission that did not support the long-term plan to add user charges to sports fields. We could honestly speak for ages. Appreciate we've only got 5 minutes, and we'd love to if there was an opportunity to do so. We've got lots of thoughts. But given the relative lack of time, we'll just speak a little bit briefly about our club, what these changes will mean for it, and then Sean will speak a little bit about the cost to the community and if these user charges are levied. I'd also just like to quickly preface it all by saying neither of us are part of the rather vocal anti-democracy crew. We're actually really supportive of all the stuff you guys have been doing and how community focused it has been. But it kind of makes the user charge a portion of the long-term plan a bit hard to reconcile for us. And yeah, it's a bit off-brand, kind of what you guys have already been doing. But anyway, a whirlwind summary of the Tridents, 85 members from all walks of life. We should note here that American Football Club membership across the country and here, it's overrepresented in demographics that are kind of overrepresented in deprivation metrics. We're based at Waipuna Park in Welcome Bay, and we worked really hard with the council to find this. It took us 2 years to get a long-term home. We're successful on and off the field. We've got a good track record at nationals, but we've got an even better track record of growing the game, which has been noted by New Zealand American Football. And we've got a real strong focus on making the game accessible to anybody who wants to play. Our fees are ridiculously low relative to other clubs. $50 for a senior player for a 6-month window. Includes everything except our entry fees to nationals. That's lowered to $25 for junior members, so that's under 19s. We want to make it available to anybody who wants to play. That said, even with these low fees, we reckon around 10% of our membership base are paying these off in weekly, fortnightly or monthly instalments. It's a testament to the cost of living crisis. Anyway, see, these will hurt us quite a lot. If we base it on what we currently have, usage, it's going to cost us another $2,600 a year. That's about a 200% increase in our current operating costs. This will mean at least a 100% increase in fees for everybody. Obviously, you can quickly understand how that becomes a death spiral for a club. Increased fees, less people play, means those same fees are levied on less members all the way down to club folding. Tournaments as well. We're looking to put on the biggest tournament or one-day tournament ever held next month here. 30 clubs have expressed interest in coming. That would cost on the per game basis around $15,500 for us to organise, and we just simply wouldn't bother because no one would pay to come for that. We'll jump over to Sean to talk about the community, the loss to the community.
So just like when we were children, Alex has taken up more than his fair share of the resource. Alex has already spoken about how this will impact our club, so I'm going to have to rattle through this. It's just got to be remembered that we're a not-for-profit club. Our club relies on the goodwill of volunteers who donate their time, but we do it because it's a labour of love. Sports clubs in New Zealand are enmeshed within society. Sports clubs are also a centrepiece for people's social activities. We know it's a place where they can blow off steam, meet like-minded individuals and forget about the problems of their daily lives for a few hours while they play some sport. What's special about our club, and I'm sure every club could tell a similar story, is that everyone's welcome in the Trident's whānau. Life's busy. The routine feedback we hear is that it's the only true time they get to themselves every week. Our membership base is varied, and I've got a background in policing. I know you do too, Marty. And that would include a lot of youths who would be described as at risk. It's not a stretch to say there's at least one kid in our club at the moment, based on the stories he tells me about his weekends, who was probably kept out of jail by the fact that he comes to sports on a Sunday morning or Sunday afternoon to play. Our stories aren't unique, but they are ours to tell, and I want you to hear some of them. A decrease in membership base might just be numbers on paper for people outside looking in, but the human cost of those in our club, and these are examples of people in our club who increased fees will impact. The solo mother in our women's team who has very little time and money to herself amid raising 3 children without a dad. It'll also affect her children because they're part of the Trident's whānau too. They come along, they play with my kids on the sideline. It's that 2 levels of social interaction and they love it. It'll affect the adaptive athlete who already struggles to pay her fees and pays them in $5 and $10 instalments because that's the most she can afford. It crushes me the most, this one. She wrote an article that got printed in like a disability type media about how the chaos of flag football is great for her autistic brain. She's found a sports club she belongs at after being brought up, being bullied, not fitting in, being overweight. She is so special to our club, and I'll pay her fees myself if I have to make sure that she gets to stay, but it shouldn't come to that. And also the kids from broken homes whose parents are already struggling to put food on the table, paying for school fees, uniforms, everything associated with raising teenagers. Some of the feedback that we've had from parents is that it's great for these kids to have non-familiar adult role models in their life because they didn't have their dads in their lives growing up. So they've got current and ex-cops, they've got social workers, they've got youth workers, they've got whatever Alex does for a job, I still don't know. But it's people that they can turn to, that they can bounce ideas off. We're looking at getting pastoral care into our club to ensure that these kids have a place when parents are going through separations, when they're going through relationship breakups. We're more than a sports club, we're a family, and it's big because we grew up in a part of town where kids couldn't afford to play sports, so they didn't, and they're now places like jail rather than super rugby teams and things like that. So I guess if there's one thing that I just want to impart on this is please consider the human cost when you are looking at levying fees on. Like Alex said, we're not anti-democracy. I walked in right at the moment that guy asked you how you could sleep at night, and I winced a little bit. That's not why we're here. We're just here to fight for our club because it's a special club. We're making results on and off the field, and it's something I'm really proud of that we've done, and we just hate to see it scuppered by a death knell to our membership because of increased fees. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you both. And I think I've already said a couple of times, we know we've got it wrong, so we are certainly have asked the staff, they're already working on it. We've had 3 days of sports clubs coming and saying pretty much the same as you've said, and we understand that, and actually arts groups as well, so we are having a look at it.
Look, we've no doubt that it will come possibly at some point, but we just want to be part of that wider discussion if it is as to how it would affect clubs like ours.
Sure.
And obviously it's not all clubs are the same. I mean, soccer, rugby could potentially lose 10% of their membership and it wouldn't affect them, but 10% of our membership could potentially be the guillotine for our
No, we
club,
understand.
so,
We understand.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take a break now for 10 minutes and we will reconvene at 3:25 and we're on the last leg. so the hearing is resumed, or the meeting is resumed, and can I have Diana O'Brien up, please? Come on up. So I was just checking, because you've presented a petition and you've asked what the steps are. So how would you, it's really up to you. You can, anyone can present a petition and we will handle it, but this is, or we can take it as a submission. Either way.
I brought it into the council and then I got an email from someone to say that it would be put in as a submission and for this hearing. And that suited me nicely. I wanted it here quickly.
Yes, so we'll deal with it then as a submission to the long-term plan, because you're asking for expenditure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
happy with that? So
I'm Diana.
So then you'll be contacted back because we hear all the submissions, staff are doing awesome work, we'll be working over the next couple of weeks, and then when we make the deliberations, when we make the deliberations on the long-term plan, and then you'll be contacted to say whether it's in or out, or where it is, what's happened to it. Are you happy with that?
Yes, that
okay,
sounds
all right.
So I'm Diana, and this is my offsider, Hilary Zapata, and we're here to advocate for improvements to the Sulphur Point Reserve.
Yep.
So the area pertaining to my submission is known as the Sulphur Point and Marine Park Master Plan as Northwest Sulphur Point. So I just wanted to make that clear. This is with the area I was talking about, and it's in Zone 1. Information on the plan mostly refers to boat ramps, boating facilities, water sports. The scant attention paid to family groups taking part in simple, affordable activities such as swimming, land-based fishing, and playing on the beach. In gathering signatures, the wide age range, the cultural diversity, and the variety of purposes of the citizens using this reserve was noted. Very little has been done to this reserve over the past years. Positively, there's a new barbecue and picnic table have been installed, and a new retaining wall was constructed. Negatively, 2 large Pahutakawa trees, which provided shade and seating, were cut down and replaced by a large hazardous chemical tank, placed just in the long-term plan or on any city website. The lack of public toilets is of primary concern to all users of the reserve. The nearest public toilets opposite the cafe are too far away for parents with young children and older citizens. It's a long journey when you have urgent needs. There is a health and safety concern for both people and in particular for the environment. This issue needs to be addressed urgently. Toilets combined with a small changing area would be ideal. There are a variety of environmental friendly toilets that would suit this location. It is noted that in the master planning document for the area, toilets are mentioned as an opportunity, whatever that means. In 2020, a new retaining wall was built, capped with timber to provide pleasant seating. However, the persons who designed and installed this wall forgot that to enjoy the beach and sea, you have to be able to easily access them. The new wall makes this an impossibility for anyone with physical limitations. Aged persons, such as ourselves, can only access the beach with difficulty in a very undignified manner. And I would demonstrate, but it would probably take most of the 5 minutes. The boat ramp is too steep for many and can be dangerously slippery. It's often being used by the yachties to access the water, which of course is its purpose. I have personally witnessed at least 2 accidents involving older people trying to navigate the wall, and have been told of several more, the last just 2 weeks ago, where an older gentleman, large gentleman, fell backwards onto the sand. Your policies state clearly that you want to remove barriers and to enable water-based recreational activities for all. A simple double handrail, or even better still, steps would allow this, ensuring safety for more of the physically challenged. Not everyone, but it would give better access for more, and I wouldn't have to crawl up. My submission addresses the basic needs for this reserve. We're not asking for an expensive upgrade. We do not want a playground. The natural environment plays all the playground needed. We do not need fancy fixtures or shade cloths. All we are asking for are the simple basic necessities to improve the experience of the many ordinary citizens who come to enjoy this ever increasingly popular gem of Tauranga at all seasons of the year. Sulphur Point needs to be recognised as a beach of importance to the families of Tauranga. It is one of the very few swimmable beaches available in the central area. Its high usage is demonstrated by the short time needed to gather the signatures for this submission. And I have 2 photos here that I'd like to table and give to you, showing Sulphur Point on Sunday the 14th of January and Sulphur Point on Waitangi Day. And look at the people, the crowds that are there. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I've been there on other days and it's busy too. Yeah, it's lovely.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any questions? Yeah.
So the photo that you presented with the tank,
Yep.
is that down on the...
By the marina. But it's on the Sulphur Point land. They cut down 2 huge, big super putakawas that had seats right round it and put that in.
And it's within metres
of the barbecue table.
And picnic table.
And big sign, hazardous chemicals.
So I assume it's for the refilling for boats, OTs in and around that area?
It seems to be on skids. It's not a permanent fixture. Hopefully it could be moved.
The trees are fairly permanent.
Hmm?
The trees were fairly permanent. You can't replace them. You can move the tank, but you can't put the trees back. Can you?
No, you can't. You can't.
All right.
You
look,
could
thank
fix
you.
the seed.
I know that you keep talking about the Sulphur Point master plan, but
Well,
I haven't seen it.
It's Sulphur Point and Marine
the old
Master
one?
Plan. And there was a workshop of April of last year where they had.
Okay. All right. But we haven't finalised it yet.
No.
It says plainly on one of your websites that there's just nothing being done about it.
No, it hasn't come to us yet. In fact, it's one of the things we've asked. What's happening?
Well, I asked what happened too.
Yes. Okay. All right. Well, we'll find out what's happened.
And
but thank
we'd
you for
love
that.
to see toilets by next summer.
So just what you're asking for is toilets and changing rooms, an outside shower, and a double rail to help get down to the beach.
Yes, but I've upgraded that to steps.
To steps. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
The toilets are the most important.
All right. Thank you.
I could offer
Garth.
some good suggestions for changing rooms too.
Okay. Thank you. Garth Matheson. So Garth, you've got 5 minutes, and I'll give you a heads up when you've got 1 left.
Okay, thank you for that. Tēnā koutou katoa. Today I'm representing myself in my personal capacity. I want to discuss the flaws I see in the overall long-term plan, but first I'll outline my position on certain proposals in the long-term plan. I support retaining the car parks. I have a friend of mine who's a liquidator, and I asked her if she'd ever liquidated a car park, and she said no. She told me she had friends in Australia, or a friend in Australia who own car parks and they make a lot of money. Now the council needs money, so keep the car parks. Now I oppose the community stadium for the reasons outlined by the Tauranga Millennium Track Trust, and I support the Tauranga domain remaining as a green space for community sports. And I believe that option should have been included in the options being consulted on. Moving on to the flaws in the long-term plan. Now hundreds of millions of dollars of ratepayers' money are being spent on Te Papa Peninsula Central Business District. This expenditure is to a very large extent a waste of ratepayers' money. The free market has ruled on the Te Papa Peninsula CBD. There are CBDs all over the city, which is consistent with a 21st century city approach. Technology has made redundant the necessity for commerce and businesses to be centrally located. For example, when I was a law clerk in Auckland back in the day, conveyancing settlements were done manually. Cheques and documents were exchanged in person. Consequently, lawyers needed to be grouped together to conduct settlements. Not today. Settlements are done electronically. Banking is done electronically. Many meetings are done electronically. This saves money and the environment and the need for people to move around. There is another problem with going back in time to resurrect the Te Papa Peninsula as Tauranga's main CBD, and that is geography. Tauranga consists of a big tidal harbour, estuaries and narrow peninsulas, not conducive to transporting large numbers of people at the same time. In my opinion, a far better way to address the decline of the Te Papa Peninsula CBD is for landlords to reduce rentals, council or business to build car parks, and business to provide an advertising fund targeting Matua and Otomotai where there are not any major shopping centres. In my opinion, this would be far more efficient and effective in restoring Te Papa Peninsula CBD than what you're doing. I fear what you are doing will be a bottomless pit for ratepayers. Now, I want to finish by addressing the democracy issue. Now, I strongly oppose you and a small group of your supporters who were in the know when the rest of the community did not know, organising the cancellation of the 2020 local body election. I protest you taking away my right to vote and then charging me for a works program that you want. And that concludes what I have to say. Do you have any questions?
No, but I would make the statement to you that we didn't organise. It was a government decision, not us. We agreed to come here for a certain period of time, and the government decided that we needed to stay on, so they appointed us. So to hold us responsible for that is not fair.
But the documents I've got from the government say otherwise.
It's a government decision. We showed them the work plan. We provided a work plan for them, and they made the decision because, remember, Garth, they put us here because they had no confidence that the council could deliver a 2021-31 long-term plan. The city was in disarray. That's why they put us here in the first place, and that's why they kept us here to continue the work that we'd laid out for them in the work plan. We've had all this discussion before. I accept that you disagree, and you're perfectly entitled to. That's the reality. You did not have a council that was capable of governing this city, this growing city, in the way it needed to be governed. That's why the government intervened.
Yeah, but that's a matter for the people of Tauranga.
No, actually it's in the Local Government Act. It gives the minister the ability to do that if there is sufficient.
I'm not arguing the legal point of it. I'm arguing the moral and ethical point of it. We've
Well,
always had
none
two
of us are
levels
comfortable where that has to happen anywhere.
We've had two levels of government in this country since forever. Now, when you're going to tax people, you need a mandate from them. What we've got, what you're doing is taxing people without a mandate.
And the Act allows the government to intervene. It normally intervenes for a short period of time and then restores democracy. And in July, the city will be restored to democracy and life will go on. But in the meantime, we've been put here to do the job of getting Tauranga back on its feet, managing growth, trying to fill some of the backlog of underinvestment over the last couple of decades, and then hand that back to the democratically elected council in a much better state.
Right, but that's your opinion on how it should be done. But
That's the job we were given to do.
I believe it should be up to the people of Tauranga Moana to determine that.
Well, they will in the end because we do what we think is right, and then we move on. And when a democratically elected council comes in, it will be at the will of the people.
And if and when you pass this long-term plan, are you going to sign up a whole lot of contracts before you finish in July?
We're working now, signing contracts. That's our mandate. But we have to do it in all the ways that a council would do it. So that's why we're going through the consultative process now. We have exactly the same responsibilities and powers as an elected council has. We're not absolved from any of those requirements. It's all OAA-able. It could be taken to the Ombudsman. It could be judicially reviewed, the same as any council in New Zealand. But in July, the city will then re-elect a council, a mayor and council, and carry on, we believe, in a much better shape to deal with the massive growth that this city has experienced in the last 2 decades.
Okay, but I disagree with what you've done.
Perfectly entitled to.
And with what you think you've achieved.
Good, well, that's your right.
Right. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Jonathan Spink. So 5 minutes, Jonathan, and then I'll give you a heads up when you've got one left.
That should suffice. I'm submitter number 572, and I speak on the questionnaire which came out on the long-term plan. I speak on reducing traffic congestion, and we are asked what level of support for using smart trip variable road pricing, and I strongly support it. And my rationale is because when the $1 bridge toll came off, the bridge traffic immediately increased by 20%, and the Hirini Causeway traffic decreased by 10%. So in round figures, that's an increase of 10%, as if by magic. I think that heavy transport has some flexibility with time, but the real problem is the variable, the car usage, which I contest is variable because it increased by 10%. I imagine it was mostly car traffic. I feel that, unlike with the bridge toll, congestion charge needn't be disproportionately levied on heavy traffic because they're much more fixed in how they have to use the bridge. So it could be even the same as a light vehicle. It's really the light vehicles that I'm getting at. Obviously, the main argument for a congestion tax is to reduce congestion, and a secondary advantage is, of course, you gather revenue. My main thrust is to actually decrease the amount of traffic in the first place, particularly in the rush hours. And just a final thought. If a tradie has to make a trip and he's saved 15 minutes in time, and his charge out rate is $60, then he's just saved himself $15. There is one other point, actually, that the $1 bridge toll, when it came off, it was $1, but it was $1 each way. So in reality, it was $2. But in today's money, that would only be $2.50. So a congestion tax of, say, $5 would be what I would envisage. Obviously tweaked according to I realise that, but in the busiest time.
Thank you very much. That $1 toll, where did that go?
It went to pay for the bridge.
It went to the
and it actually, at one stage, it went up to $1.20, and then it came down again. I don't know why. But it was always to pay for the bridge. And once the bridge was paid for, the toll ceased.
Stopped. Right. Same with the Auckland Harbour Bridge.
Some 10 or 15 years ago, I think.
Yeah, I remember Tauranga was pretty ambitious and pretty entrepreneurial with its transport and needed to, yeah. Any questions? No?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lloyd. None of that looks like Lloyd. Tauranga Moana Business Association, I should say. I don't know what I've done with their submission. It's got lost in my papers.
Tēnā tātou katoa.
So 5 minutes, and I'll
yes.
give you a heads up when you've got 1 minute left.
Tēnā tātou katoa, kei te tautoko ahau i ngā mihi ko mihia I te atanei. He mihi kia koutou, ngā māngai o te kaunihira. Huri noa ki roto I te whare nei, tēnā nā tātou katoa. Ko Leone Manawa Whāko tōku ingoa, he uri ahau no Ngāti Tūwhare tō, Ngāti Kahungunu. Ko au te tumaki o te ropu mo ngā Pākihi Māori o Tauranga Moana. So my name is Leone Manawa Whākua. I'm the chairperson of the Tauranga Māori Business Association, and we're here to speak to the submission, our submission that we've made, number 1451. I'm joined here today by Jackie Rolliston-Steed, one of our board members, and also Terina, who's our support, our kaitautoko, our support person, which our funding submission relates to. And as we said, apologies from Lloyd, he would have liked to be here but wasn't able to due to his work. I understand that our submission has been tabled as read, so given the limited time, we just want to speak more to where we've come from, where we are today, and where we want to go, and how the council can assist us with that, hopefully. So I'll pass you on to Jackie. She's just going to talk a bit to the history of timber, and we'll go from there.
Tēnā tātou, ko Jackie Rolliston-Steed tēnei, he uri ahau no Tauranga Moana. Nō nā iwi ahau Ngāti Ranginui, Ngāti Rangi me Ngāti Pukinga Hoki. So basically I whakapapa fully to Tauranga Moana of all 3 iwi here. I am one of the board members of the Tauranga Māori Business Association and have sat in the governance of timber since 2010. So fairly long-standard kind of legacy board member for us. So I thought that I would just, I know you have, the submission has been tabled as read, and there was a small little bit in there about the history, but we just wanted to, just for context on that submission, I just want to flesh it out a little bit more. So timber was previously the Tauranga Moana Māori Business Network, which was first registered as an incorporated society in 2010. The previous entity before that was established in November 2003 and was funded for the majority of its registration by Te Puni Kōkiri. When timber was reignited in 2010 with their new governance, funding was no longer available from TPK. Therefore, since that time, voluntary board commitment has been instrumental to ensure that the survival of the Tauranga Māori Business Network within the Tauranga Moana or Western Bay of Plenty Rohi, continues to thrive. So we have been really, really fortunate to have had a lot of our community members as representatives on the board volunteer their time over the years to keep the network alive. We have and still recognise not only the financial value that Māori businesses contributes to the overall economy, but also the need to provide support that's quite bespoke to a Māori business. So yeah, just most of our board, they do whakapapa to iwi across Aotearoa in general. I believe I am the only one from Tauranga Moana who's continuing to reside in the space as a board member. Kia ora.
Kia ora. So for us Pākihi Māori, our Māori businesses, and helping them to realise their potential for the betterment of the local community and generations to come are at the heart of everything we do. We are seeking the funding requested as a contribution towards achieving that. We've been told multiple times that other networks and support providers do not understand Māori business or them and their business, and what they provide is not fit for purpose. Tikanga and te reo Māori is fundamental within Māori businesses, and that needs to be nurtured and supported. Our Māori businesses are whānau and whakapapa-led businesses.
1 minute.
Our Pākihi supporting our submission, and we've provided examples, have mentioned feeling empowered, inspired by timber to grow and contribute to the tauranga ecosystem. They have talked about timber providing and facilitating for them to live up to the aspirations of our tūpuna. Post-COVID and in the current political climate, there's a notable shift to boost the economy, now more than ever, and providing support, equitable support to Māori businesses to ensure they can participate and thrive is at the forefront for us. We're working hard to create a service delivery that will meet the needs that we see. And everyone's commented on how if we had more support we could do so much more. We did have some printouts we were going to provide. I suspect I'm going to run out of time, but I did want to quickly, if Terina's got a little bit of time, just to talk to what she has been able to help our businesses with.
Sure. Half a minute. Pardon? Half a minute.
Kia ora.
So I just don't know, we've got other people waiting.
Sure. Kia ora, ko Terina McRae happy tuku ingoa. So I am the kaitautoko for Timber, or Tauranga Māori Business Association, and part of that we've actually got printouts here to show some examples of the value of the role for timber, covered under our 4 values, which is manaakitanga, whanaungatanga, matauranga and rangatiratanga. And from that, of those values that have been done, there's been some tremendous waves made within our Pākehā Māori members, ranging from delivering programs and getting funding for delivering programs, which starts for one of our members next week, through to referring and connecting our Pākehā to other organisations to help them being building capabilities for tendering, through to pathways and deliveries and future opportunities for tendering. So, kia ora.
We know you're doing good work. Thanks very much. Any questions? No? Thank you. Oh, sorry,
I
Chef.
just wanted to comment on just in terms of your objectives, and I know you've taken up Stephen's challenge about growing your membership, so it'll be great to see. You'll probably be reporting to a new council next. You'll probably be reporting back to a new council, but it'll be great to see that membership continue to grow.
Yeah, we did, we know we don't have time to speak to it, but we do have some supplementary information to show the stats of the growth over the past 12 months, if you want that.
You can always add that.
Supplementary.
Yeah.
Cool.
Hand that in. We've got extras, so extra people can add into these submissions. It's good to see.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tēnā tātou.
Thanks very much. Okay, Julie Andrews. Hi, Julie.
Kia ora, and thank you for the opportunity to speak about the long-term plan. I'm here in my personal capacity as a resident of Tauranga, and I'd just like to highlight some of the main points in my submission. So I know that your intent in proposing the various projects in the LTP is to catch up on what we are told are years of underinvestment in the city. And ultimately, you would like to leave a legacy of a city which is vibrant and enjoyable to live in. That's also what I would like. So we're totally on the same page, but I'm not in favour of the grand plan as set out in the LTP, because it's not sustainable for the people who live here, and it's not environmentally responsible. There are big financial challenges ahead with maintaining essential services, reducing carbon emissions, and dealing with the effects of climate change. As we experienced during COVID, life can change dramatically because of an adverse event. Although I would still be in favour of a new library, a regional museum, local pools, supporting the arts, and keeping sports accessible, I think we need to be realistic about the fact that we will increasingly face huge costs and social problems associated with storms, floods, inundation, slips, and so on. We simply cannot afford to max out our debt capacity for the next few decades to pay for large-scale nice-to-haves. As it is, many people are struggling to make ends meet. The increase in cost of living is a major issue. Are we wanting to make the city more vibrant and enjoyable only for the wealthy or for tourists? How is so much debt good for the people who will be paying it off? As we know from surveys, the main attractions of Tauranga as a place to live are the sunshine and the sea. People tend to count themselves lucky to live here, and the things that detract from our enjoyment tend to be the things that have come with growth. More traffic, more complexity in our lives because of not being able to access services and amenities more easily, and as I've mentioned, the cost of living. I've appreciated council projects like the upgrade to Cullen Park and the new path along the Mount, but stadiums and international exhibit spaces, they're in a different league. They're expensive to build and require ratepayers to subsidise them to the tune of millions every year. In terms of their environmental impact, it doesn't matter how many green stars a building has. The main thing that determines its embodied carbon and potentially its ongoing carbon emissions is its size. We do not need developments on the scale that's proposed in the LTP. Another example of this is Memorial Park. Why would we want to pay for an excessively expensive aqua centre when we already have one less than 10 kilometres away from it? And when it comes to hosting major rugby games and attracting international tourists, why would we compete with places like Hamilton and Raeroa that are little more than an hour away? That would also detract from the sustainability of their niche amenities. Meanwhile, we have much to do on the public transport front and enabling people to move around the city more easily. There's no silver bullet, but a number of good proposals, including park and rides, have been put forward. I've also mentioned rail in my submission. My fear is that you will ignore our pleas on the basis that we don't understand what's good for our community long term, and furthermore will lock in contracts which an elected council will be reluctant to cancel because of financial penalties. I urge you to uphold democracy and not condemn the city and successive mayors and councillors to crippling debt for the large-scale projects in this LTP. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. So it's interesting that you raise Memorial Pool because that complex is not safe. It doesn't meet the current standards, safety standards, and it's at the end of its economic life.
Yes, and I have no objection to a modest pool going in there.
And the ground is difficult, but Baywave, which was built, I don't know, over 20 years ago, is at capacity. So the population has grown. And so one of the things that we've seen over the last 3 days is that this community wants to be a connected, diverse, vibrant community, and that means it's about more than pipes and roads.
Sure.
It's about community facilities.
Yes.
So very clearly the aquatic centre is for residents to enjoy. It's not built for tourists. It's built as an amenity for tourists, and in replacing what was there and looking to meet the needs of the increasing population along the Te Papa Peninsula. Of course you don't build for today, you build for the next 10 to 15 years.
Yeah, and I really appreciate that, and I think the live, work, play, learn is really good, and so therefore that supports more local, more modest pools where kids can learn to swim, where their families can take them in the weekends and all that kind of thing.
Well, that's your opinion, but...
Well, and I did ring up the Te Rapa complex in Hamilton because I was really interested to know if there were other aquatic centres in Hamilton of that size and that kind of Baywave thing. And they said no, for the whole of Hamilton there is one, and then they pointed out that there were also local pools and they're not even close to the water. So I think that's very much a choice, and I think modest swimming pools, for water safety reasons, for enjoyment, for encouraging the whole community to, get into the water, that's great. But I just really, what I'm really doing here is questioning the scale that we need.
We're a city of 162,000 people, growing by 4,000 a year. So, yes, you can build modest. There's no doubt you can build modest. But if you start building 3 or 4 modest, you will easily surpass those sorts of costs.
yeah, I just really question how that works in with the live, work,
I'm sure.
play and so on.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Maureen Anderson. Very patient. Maureen, thank you. You have.
Actually, I'm right on time for the time you originally gave
Exactly.
me. So
that's our fault, we're
congratulations.
running late.
May I please? 'Cause I'm very dry. Thank you. Okay. So I am submitter 1524, Tēnā koe. The long-term plan is the council's contract with their ratepayers as to what is to be done, the proposed cost of the project, how to fund it, and the timelines to get the work done. Local democracy depicts a natural tension that should exist between the elected members and the corporate staffing element of local government. It is my opinion that this tension was lost in February 21 when the commissioners were appointed. Again, it is my opinion that in the 3 succeeding years, it is council staff that are promoting the agenda for the city, and it is the commissioners that are rubber stamping those agendas, to the obvious chagrin of most citizens and ratepayers. I note in the existing long-term plan the Commissioner's decision to bring the full refreshed civic precinct master plan to life will be included along with other key decisions for the amended 21-23 LTP. Now, the refreshed civic precinct master plan sees $303 million developing the city centre, that's the civic whare, museum, library and exhibition and event centres. That's defying and denying that ratepayers have roundly refused building a museum on more than 2 occasions. How does $303 million deliver essential services to the largely ignored majority of ratepayers and residents? How does that sustain the glue that holds hundreds of diverse groups of sporting bodies, thousands of suburban adults, families, whānau, parents, teenagers, children and mokopunu who will be denied the use of reserve facilities due to the rapacious and unsustainable demand from council for increased rate, fees and charges on those facilities. In my view, the unelected officials, staff and commissioners' raison d'etre is worlds apart from the public's expectation of the duty of care that should be the guiding principle of local government. I have plagiarised another submitter's closing argument, and I add with their permission, adding my own notes. So here goes. Council needs to be mindful of excessive spending given the current economic conditions and a slowdown in citywide growth over the last 3 years. Over the last 5 years, there has been a substantial increase in staff numbers. This expansion has led in many cases to the creation of further bureaucracy and the creation of red tape rather than efficiencies and increased productivity. As a result of significant growth in employees, the council's level of service and its outputs has actually diminished over time, and this is evidenced by the dissatisfactions thousands of ratepayers have with the direction of their council. Ratepayers actually want, they need and expect local government to prioritise capital and maintenance expenditure on water, wastewater, stormwater, roading and reserve facilities, not the ideological nice-to-haves. The use of rate increases, fees and charges to funding increasing staff costs is unsustainable. In a manner similar to central government, council needs to review and rationalise staff numbers which should be capped. Again, in my view. Sorry? 1 minute. Thank you. Finally, At 1, I support absolutely the Tauranga Men's Shed cogent, well-constructed and pertinent subdivision, and my original submission, which of course is on behalf of all reserve users or reserve facility users, and the Urban Task Force submission at points 23, 24, 25 and 26. And 4, I support wholly the village people who spoke here, the verbal submission. And the outcome that I seek, Commissioners, is that rates and any fees and charges increases for reserve facility users be recalculated, and that 2, that the increase be no more than the rate of inflation. I believe ratepayers they know they have to accept a rate of inflation increase in most everything, but not the increases that the reserve facility users are being asked to pay in the LTP. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Maureen. What I would say to you is I'm sure if you asked any of our staff, they would tell you the Commission has not rubber-stamped, certainly not rubber-stamped their agenda.
Fine, thank you very much for that. Have you finished with me?
Yes, thank you. Well, unless there's any questions? No?
No, thank you very much.
And thank you for waiting, appreciate that. Mike Callard from Gate Park Tennis Club. Hi, Mike. Got 5 minutes?
Yep.
I'll let you know when there's one left.
My name is Mike Callard. I'm the current president of Gate Park Tennis Club. I make no apologies. I'm a life member of Gate Park Tennis Club, and that is my passion. I'm also the president of Tennis Seniors Western Bay of Plenty, or Tennis Masters as we call, which is a group totally dependent on the use of community facilities amongst tennis clubs. We have a problem with the new or proposed user fees on sports fields. Gate Park Tennis Club is very much a community-based club. We've been on our current site since 1953. I believe the land was donated by the old Gate Park board. Pre that, we were put down at Memorial Park pre-World War II. So we've been part of the community for a long time. We have a strong emphasis on juniors. On your proposal on the LTP, we're sort of hearing that all youth, junior and schools are exempt from charges on sports fields. Now we would like to know how you differentiate a tennis club, which is basically a sports club with nets on it, and how you can justify charges on a sports club with nets on it as opposed to a charge that you're not going to make on other sports fields. Bearing in mind that 50% of our membership is under 18 and most of those are under 12. We are in a low decile area. We draw from Mahere, Gate Park, Greeton schools. These kids cannot afford an increase in fees. The other aspect we've got, there is no cost to Tauranga City Council from Gate Park Tennis Club. We do everything. Maintenance, upgrades, it's part of our lease to keep our courts in good condition. We re-signed our lease after an 18-month negotiation period due to COVID in 2022. That specifically states that the rent is clubhouse only, the area that the clubhouse takes over, and we believe that is still a true and fair recollection. The drip line of the club, I think, is fair, rather than the 5,000 square metres that we've got for tennis courts. Under the $6.10 compromise fee, that would take us to something like $34,000. If we crank it up to $12, which is the original proposal, that's over 60-odd thousand. That is probably twice the amount we get in subscriptions. It's unsustainable. It's just not going to work. Any questions for me?
Any questions? No, I think it's a familiar story we've heard over 3 days.
Thank you.
Thank you. Darren Hills, BMX.
Hi there, Darren Hills, President of the Tauranga BMX Club. I've been associated with the club about 5 years, and the last 10 months as President, and Kevin Clifford, my Vice President. Very similar story to what you've just heard, and I'm sure to what you've heard over the past 3 days. Again, we're a very small club, membership this year tracking towards 50 odd members, all predominantly youth BMX riders. So the vast majority would be under 12, then we see a taper in age group through to about 18, and then we have a small number of senior riders. Despite being a very small BMX club, we have two of the best BMX coaches in New Zealand in Tauranga in terms of permanent residents, and at the last World Champs in Glasgow we sent 4 or 5 of our club members. So our club members compete at a very high level internationally, and BMX is certainly a very competitive sport right throughout New Zealand. Over the past years, or couple of years, we've held significant meetings here in Tauranga that span over 2 or 3 days, of which we've received council funding for those meetings, and the economic assessment impact that we've done on the back end of those meetings has showed that they've been very positive for the local community as a whole. The last gentleman had 5,000 square metres, we have 16,600. I'd probably agree to the new rate if we had our original club facility, which was kind of beachfront on Sulphur Point. Before my time, we were moved off that location, and we now sit on what is the old Tauranga refuse dump. So the land holds a different sort of value in comparison to other parts of town, and the ones that we've been benchmarked at, where they've essentially set a flat rate for all areas irrespective of where they are. So at 16,600 square metres, for us that's about $117,000 a year. When we signed our lease originally in 2012, it was $1 a year, which was quite nice. Accepting that that's not realistic, we currently pay $670 odd, and we can absorb that across our current membership base. So our members on average pay about $50 a year for club membership. We raise various amounts of money through the cafeteria, volunteer activities, etc. But we are a relatively small not-for-profit organisation. In addition to that, we maintain the majority of the venue. So our surfaces for elite riders, we spend and fundraise about $50,000 a year to maintain our club racing surface. It's a composite of lime and cement, so it's reasonably hard, compact, but is susceptible to damage. And we've done all this great work around Tauranga, improving tracks, making the whole district more accessible for cycling. That goes right past our track, which is great. If you go there on any particular weekend, there are far more families utilising the asset than club members. So we use the facility 3 or 4 weeknights, or 3 or 4 nights out of the week, in the odd weekend, but it is fully open to the public, with the exception of our clubhouse, which is about 100 square metres. Okay, so the footprint, which is not accessible, is a very small part. Much like the previous gentleman, more than happy to pay that rate for the area that is prohibited to the public. But by and large, there is more public use of that facility. If you go there on weekends, full of young kids and families. Given the car park, it's a base for families that go off-riding. Pete Roden was in here a few hours ago talking about a pump track. We've just come back last weekend down in Raeroa. They held the first round of the UCI BMX International race meet that brought in 300 or 400 overseas competitors. It was broadcast right throughout the world, and it shows what can happen when a combination of councils, clubs and corporates can get in behind and start to build an environment that facilitates that kind of growth and activity. We're at the early stages of wanting to go down that path, to build a pump track, to grow the Cambridge Park facility into more of a generic mountain biking activity track for families,
for social weekend events. From our point of view, health and safety is a concern because it is open to the public. We are exposed in the sense, big jumps, big tracks. We're forced to maintain all of that to keep it safe, as I mentioned before, as well as effectively mow all of our surrounding areas. So my request is that you be open to consideration around how that rate's charged. $115,000, see you later, we're gone. It's a small bunch of volunteers that try and drive that club. So given the location, the track, how it's used, the community access, would like you to think hard about how you charge us going forward. Would you like to?
No, the only,
I guess,
sorry, the only other thing, like the improvements, would be adding lighting, of which other clubs in Auckland have lighting where you have an app on your phone, you can pay and use it, so if people want to come along in the evening and ride, they can. And just improving the facilities, toilets and other bits and pieces. One, it's for the club, but it's also there for the public to use, and so we've got to try and fundraise for all of that, and if we end up spending more money on the lease, then we're just, like Darren said, we can't do.
There are multiple clubs in Auckland, and Auckland City Council pays for the maintenance of the racing surface at all those tracks.
Because they're on landfill sites.
Yeah, and we're very much in a similar boat. However, we're constantly fronting up to trust to try and request money to maintain our facility. So it's a big burden for a small club.
Okay, look, thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you, appreciate.
Okay,
thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of the hearings. So we have then a motion to, I need a motion to receive the report 2024-34 long-term plan hearings, receive the written and the verbal submissions to the draft 2024-34 long-term plan. Someone like to move? Stephen moving and Shad seconding. Any discussion? I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against carried. Can I first of all thank the Mahere for hosting us here today before I close. Again, it's been a regular part of our consultation process. Yesterday we were at the Mount, I think I called it the Mount Sports Club, is that the correct term? Mount Club. So I want to record our thanks to them for allowing us to use their facilities. And thanks to the members of the public who've come along and made submissions over the 3 days. And can I especially thank our staff for all the work that they've done. I know it's hard to pack everything up and move it along to the next place. Really appreciate the work that the staff have done to support us with all of that. So do we want to close with a karakia? I think we've lost all our kaumātua, so it might be up to you, Shad.
Kia ora tātou, tuatahi rā, ka tuku mihi ki a koe rā e. Tātou katoa kua mahu e nei, tēnā koutou. Tēnei tātou. E te soa, nei rā mātou e huitahi ngā ka tuku rā, ngā whakamoniti ki a koe. Nō reira manakitia rā tātou i ngā whakanga i ngā take o ora nei. Ko te tūmanapu, kia whaihua rahi tika mā tātou katoa. Nō reira tēnei mātua, ina atu nei ki a koe kuroi ki ngā take. Amen.
And I declare the meeting closed.
Excellent.